喂，他们又回来了。
I'd rather finish what I have to do here before leaving. Hello, Miss Morrow. I'm here to see Colonel Armstrong.
Good morning, Detective. Colonel Armstrong is upstairs. He isn't well.
Oh, 这个房子又有5个8字符啊！怎样？一款真正的找8字符游戏。
The Armstrongs have a taste for modern art.
.楼下一个都没有吗？怎么可能？这么短少的地方要找5、8字符，有点难呢。啊。8字符。
Nothing's been touched. It's as if Daisy might walk in at any moment and begin to play. Good morning, Colonel Armstrong. Is your wife here?
Here? No, Sonia is not here. Always one step behind. She died of a miscarriage last night. My wife, Daisy, and our baby. My whole family is gone.
I'm so sorry. I came straight here this morning. I received word that you can arrange for Daisy to be returned to you for burial. I didn't know.
Well, then, now you don't have to come back. I can arrange for Daisy, my wife, and our unborn child to be buried all at once. Very efficient. Being a military man, I can appreciate efficiency.
I know how hard this must be for you.
No, you don't know. I don't want your sympathy. I want you to do your bloody job and catch the creature that did this.
I know you won't believe me, but I swear to you, I will find who did this. If it takes me to the far corners of the earth, I will find them.
Then go. Please go now. Go find them.
滚！给我滚！唉，难过。
The house that once held the laughter of a child now feels so empty.
连他妈妈也在昨天走了，这事情才经过2天、3天。
I'm not giving up. I'm a part of this case, or the case is a part of me.
怎么没了？猫还在，不能撸它。这里有个金胡子，找一下有没有在这？也没有啊，那个是吗？哦。
Shiny facial hair. The good news is that it's gold.
还好还没离开。有一个，代表说这一间里面只有一个，等一下去一个更大的地方，里面有4个，不然没了。
All units, Hike is in the vicinity of the cabin where Daisy Armstrong was found, spotted a pickup truck drive through the barricade tape, and then head up the dirt road toward where the subject cabin is located. Any car nearby who can respond?
Unit 28, we can respond, but we're a ways away.
Dispatch, this is 11. I'm on it.
Copy that. 11, you good to go.
Copy that.
说是小队，结果只有一个人，哪一个人去面对歹徒是要死的啊？
Okay, there's the pickup. Let's see who ignored our barricade tape. 11 here. I'm at the cabin. Someone has broken in.
Are you requesting backup?
Not yet. I'm going to take a look around.
Copy that, 11.
先派支援吧，是不是又来不及了？确定呢，小姐，孤身一人呢。汽油、工具箱、大轮胎。房屋都被钉起来，这样看不到里面。我找八字胡。哦，看起来八字胡没藏在那种奇怪的地方。
Footprints.
脚印是往外。举枪啊！那不举枪吗？
Forensics had to go through this place with a fine-tooth comb.
那不举枪是要死是不是啊？
A forensics evidence identification marker. Duct tape to silence Daisy's screams. Damn it, Daisy. I will find whoever did this to you. A forensics evidence identification marker. He's not here. 3892. Oh, when the poor deer was killed.
6。床被移动过哎，这里怎么多一张床？啊？
That's where I found Fluffy. Daisy's special toy. I hope we returned him to the family. A gold mustache.
又找
Thank
到
you very
了。
much.
没人呢。
An individual has entered a police-secured area. I have to stop him first.
没人啊！没人，我要怎么制止他？地方可以下去？不可能吧？没在房子里。 总不会突然出现在后院吧？啊？
Don't shoot, officer. I'm on your side.
Sir, keep your hands where I can see them.
Sure, no problem.
Sir, this is a crime scene. Who the hell are you?
I'm a reporter. Boston 6 News. You can get us on cable even here in the mountains.
They haven't heard of crime scene tape in a big city like Boston?
All right, that wasn't my best move. I got all excited. I didn't expect to find the place deserted. It was hard to resist.
You should have tried harder. I'm placing you under arrest.
You should be thanking me. Look what you apparently missed and I found.
We'll get to that, but you're going to answer some questions first.
I'm more used to asking questions, but fire away.
Who are you exactly?
I'm Michael Clark, journalist for Boston 6 News. Off camera, but someday I'm going to be anchor. You just wait.
Do you have a way to prove that?
My press card's in my truck.
What are you doing here? You should know a crime scene is off limits.
I'm investigating the Daisy Armstrong kidnapping like you.
Does the pickup parked in front of the cabin belong to you?
Yes, indeed, it's mine.
I'll check. Show me your hands. I'm gonna cuff you.
I'm sure we can work out a deal.
Put your hands in front of you.
这么乖的吗？我以为他会反抗一下。
Aren't you gonna read me my rights?
You have the right to remain silent. I really wish you'd exercise that one. Dispatch, this is 11. I intercepted a suspicious individual at the crime scene. I'll check to determine how badly he's compromised it. Then I'm bringing him in.
Copy that, Detective Locke.
勘察地法，先来看一下他有什么。哇，偷拍！我的天！
Candid photos of the entire Armstrong family. A reporter just doing his job. Or something else?
好变态哦！这个人在偷拍。
The glove compartment is closed.
关起来，总有得开吧？
Clark's press card, and the phone number of the newspaper is on it. Ah, good. I can give them a call.
16173487 OK 3487，我怎么开手机？
Telephoto lens. Not so surprising for a journalist.
啊，那有东西啊，为什么不能用？
Car keys in the sun visor. A classic hiding place. At least on TV.
没东西了，这里还有东西。东西怎么用啊？是多少？3487。没有互动呢？互动钮。没办法互动。 OK。哦，我们现在干嘛？哎，有了。混赌。
Clerk's driver's license seems to be in order. The vehicle registration is not in the name of Michael Clark or a rental company.
哦，行照有问题，你不是本人。这里还是没有办法，没有事情可以做，而这边还是白的，这边都没事了。还有2个哎。3487。
That's it. No rookie mistake there. Hi, I'm Detective Joanna Locke, Berkshire Police. I'd like to speak to an editor, please.
One moment, please. Hello, Detective Locke? This is Abby Wilson. I'm a senior editor. What can I do for you?
Does a man named Michael Clark work for you?
Yes, he does. Why?
When was the last time you heard from him?
Oh, it's been at least 7 or 8 months. That's not unusual.
啊？
He works in the field?
Yes, Michael Clark is what we call a stringer. He works as a freelancer, comes up with a story we can use.
最后是听到他是
and
7、8
we
个
don't
月
hear
前
from。him again for several months.
What kind of stories does Mr. Clark write?
Mr. Clark is an investigative reporter, mostly crime stories, to tell you the truth. He comes up with some pretty macabre stuff some of the time. Is there a problem? Or a story?
Do you remember what the last case he investigated was?
It was a murder case. The victim was a millionaire named James Miller. He was called the Frozen Fish King of Gloucester, Massachusetts. His body turned up in one of his nets. Or, rather, most of it did.
Ah, well, thank you, Ms. Wilson. You've been a great help to me.
Pleasure. I hope he's not in trouble. He can be a little pushy, but he's a good guy overall. So what's he working on now, Detective? Are you sitting on a story?
Thanks again.
没什么可以给你报的。后面还有什么东西？有一
This
个
outline is the same shape and size as the gasoline can.
汽油罐。进一步了解这个汽油罐。进一步了解这个汽油罐，我要怎么了解这个汽油罐？
This outline is the same shape and size as the gasoline can.
没东西耶。汽油罐啊，不就在旁边？还是它？
I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
把东西放在里面，要不然就是他从地堡里面刚出来，然后刚好被我们逮到。哦，看来是这样子。
Somebody ignored the barricade tape.
嗯，里面还有一个东西没找到，不知道什么东西。先进地堡里面看看。地堡里面看看。没东西，没东西。啊？哎，不会是他的密码3487？
No, that didn't work.
对不对？不对不对，我想想，不是这个，也不是这个，有什么看起来是密码的？OK，回他的车上再看一下。我记得刚刚有放到一个东西，然后东西是不能带出来的，那个应该就是密码。UN 这个不能翻。还有什么？没东西了。这边还有东西，不可能是这个。小安啊，是灵山。
Telephoto lens.
密码是刚刚看到的相片里面有。
Candid photos of the entire Armstrong family. A reporter just doing his job. Or something else?
密码？哦，好像没有他密码的那个诶。然后这个不知道到底是干嘛用的，什么东西都不能点。3892。3.8.92，难道是路头的号码吗？该不会是路头的号码吧
？Yes! I knew I could do it. I can always use safecracking as a career move.
还真的是路头的号码。哇，这个人。
There. Now let's see what secrets you're hiding.
这个人，这个记者有问题。OK，
This
漂
must
亮
be，the missing can from the pickup.
汽油罐在这。
The cap's been damaged. And some gasoline has leaked out.
我怎么觉得等一下要被烧掉啦？啊？地上都是汽油哎，然后有土，所以他是先来这边把东西用一用之后，因为好像开任何一个他都会跳回去。
This bunker looks like it's as old as the cabin. Everything is falling apart.
哎解谜时间。OK， 我好像看懂了。这一条，右边那一条，那一条通过来这里。哇，有难度哎！ 这个如果我没办法知道它里面是怎样的话，它的线路图。哦，OK， 好，我们现在找一下有什么东西。
Now what? I have to turn the power back on to open this magnetic door.
这是开电源的，所以电源要开要这边过去第二条。第二条接到这里来一个弯回第一条，对，这是正确的。OK， 这正确的。这个开这样是正确的，我随便开而已。然后到这里接过来。接过来这里，我们刚刚好像看中间那一条，对，然后这下面这一条是断掉的，所以它没办法用。上面那一条是断的，这边有3个点，第一条是中间那一条，好，第二条往这边走，这边是过来这边是第3条，好，这边应该没有穿插嘛，这边没有穿插。第3条过来，接这个 ，OK。再是这一条过去第3条，3，没有穿插，这样过来。过来这第3条穿去哪？穿回第3条还是第3条？喂，全然大丈夫，应该可以吧？
Let there be light.
轻轻松松啊！来看看还有什么遗漏的。身为奥莱者找线大师，这种东西对我来说，干拎得嘞！现在这个爆炸的那个解说才这边才给我看，好啊。
This blueprint. It looks like the bomb in the cabin. The kidnapper built the bomb here.
绑匪在这边制作炸弹哦，然后把我们炸死哦。我这边解了老半天
This
哦。
bunker looks like it's as old as the cabin. Everything is falling apart.
然后我刚刚看到这个还可以，这个杯子可以看。破局有没有胡子啊？找到了。怎么可能没有
Not
胡
really
子？
my style, but I'll take it.
电线大师就算没有电线也是 OK 的啊，不是啊？如果你没办法知道说这个电源从哪边走的话，那很难呢。那你要盲猜呢。
Perfect, it works.
我讨厌那个声音。
February 24th, the day of the kidnapping. They knew about the party and everything.
外面那个人绝对跟绑架脱离不了关系。白痴，这有什么密码？密码啊！1975吗？应该不是吧？又或者是他故意擦掉这段密码，那个3487，他不只是打给公司的，也是这里的密码。
No, that didn't work.
啊？
Damn, that isn't it.
哎，
That isn't
可是我要怎么让
confirmation.
我要怎么让它停在那，然后跳下一段数字？靠背啊！不是，我要怎么让它停在那边转下一段数字？这样。啊，
No, that didn't work.
不是哎、哪里有密码的痕迹啊？还是他这个有占抖音？该不会连这个也要听吧？这个超吵的，这个要怎么解决？
Could use a new light bulb.
那个跟声音有那个怎么说，就是跟之前一样，要用那个声音来听。它、如果声音太吵的话，其实也没办法听到。哪里有新的那个灯泡啊？嗯，我需要灯泡，我需要灯泡。哎，啊，哦，5，OK，2，靠北1。1
Yes, I knew I could do it. I can
有了，
always use safe cracking as a career move.
果然又是听音辨位。妈的白痴！这种听音的最
Daisy's
白
haircut,
痴。
the same as the picture I saw at the Armstrong house.
哦，看到他跟那个旁边的声音波，我就想说，
An
该不会
expensive
跟列
looking
车上
gun
一
with the
样，
initials JM?
列车上那个保险箱一样用那个声音的？没了。哟喂，谁呀？啊，这个。
That looks like a hair caught in the band around the money. Forensics will tell me for sure, but that doesn't look like Daisy's color.
对嘛？你看是不
Please
是
get locked up again
厉
until
害吧？
forensics get here. Okay, time for forensics to attack that
厉
number.
害
Right,
吧？
Clark? He's too sure of himself. I need to get him into an interrogation room and find out what really makes him tick.
听声音就可以知道保险箱怎么开。跟你讲，这保险箱不知道哪牌的啦，你一定不要订购它啊。保险箱随随便便就，它可以听得出来我到底是从哪里开的。直接听那个咔咔声就好了啊，轻轻松松啊。好，那个要紧，该没了。OK， 回到警局。上工的时候可以追声，叫警察去那边等。那肯定
I'll
是不能
secure
跟
the
你讲
building
啊
for。forensics. Progress at last.
肯定是不能跟你讲啊。我现在只有，我只有3副8字胡， 我还有2个没找到。它代表说，如果不是在这里，就是回警局的时候有了。哇，那这场地是很大哎、穿插了3张地图，我根本是高手吧！我的天哪、啊，为什么这里还是白的？有什么原因吗？这为什么还是白的？还是我色盲？我应该没看错啊。光少什么东西耶、光吗？哦，哇，有这小机关呢、那怎么让它对准？哎哎哎，这里可以卡住，这边卡不住。光啊？感觉好像有什么东西，但闻不出来，为什么？还是我少了什么东西？少了什么东西吗？没有，因为你看这个点，它如果还是白的，代表说那边有东西。啊，如果你看它会像这样子变成有一点灰白色，代表说这边已经没有什么东西可以查了。所以我在想说，里面还有东西，但我没拿到。可是我看不出来有什么东西可以用。bug 吗？为什么这里感觉有东西，可是它不能用啊？哎哎，有个声音。 有一个声音呢。杆子那边玩玩看，哪边杆子？有声音，可是东西没出来，这也不知道放了什么，好奇怪欸。对啊，我感觉是要放什么东西，但我不知道要放什么东西。感觉这东西很重要。我这地堡里面也没有遗落什么啊。我在地堡里面有遗落什么吗？我觉得那里面有个东西藏在那边，会需要一点小机关的。然后这东西很可能在地堡里面，但是我没有拿到，那是不是没辙了
I know my rights. You can't keep somebody locked up in a car like this, you know. You wouldn't do it if I was a dog. Do they have bathrooms at the station?
我觉得肯定有少东西，又或者那个是 bug， 那边没东西，但他不知道为什么是白的。
I have the right to make a phone call, Detective whatever your name is.
That phone is an outside line.
Hello, boss. It's Michael
bug 恭
Clark.
喜我了，
I'm still on the Armstrong kidnap, but
No,
there's a
I'm
small
good.
problem. I got caught being someplace I shouldn't be. I'm at the police station. No, I'm not under arrest. Just questioning. Fire me. Why? The station's integrity? You're kidding me, right? If you think I've screwed up that badly, then fire me. Got that? Fire me. Yes, do it.
艾尔登会出 DLC，
That didn't go well.
这消息已经放很久了，到现在都没
What
出。
happens now?
Go ahead. Then we'll have a chat.
我只能说他出了再说，因为他那个消息我已经听了快1年了。他艾尔登要出消息的是 DLC 这消息，我已经听了快1年了，但他还没出。上次出是说什么？出那个什么竞技场？
An extra
我又不打
computer
竞
so I
技
don't
场
have。to go all the way out to my desk. An extra computer so I don't have to go all the way out to my desk.
有确定明年会出吗？
A lot of them. The only comfortable chair.
然后这边你看它反黑了，然后现在这个还是白的，代表说我们等一下有东西要用。黄金树之影传将明年2月发售，看将参加今年 TGA。哦，好像有料哦，我来踹踹。明年2月5号，预计。对啊，他上面有讲啊，艾尔登的那个黄金树之影在去年就开始开发了，就是代表说他刚做出来就在开发。我希望它是个大型DLC，不然会有点失望，你知道吗？
Help yourself, Joanna. You
就
earned it.
是开发太久了，让我们等的太久了。他消息太早放出来了，不然也不会觉得说等很久。
Now that we've taken your DNA, we can begin. Interview of suspect Michael Clark, 6 p.m., March 30th, 2019. This interview is being recorded.
By elves behind the mirror, no doubt?
You were arrested at a crime scene where you
我当
damaged
初玩破
police
晓传奇是什么时候啊？
I'll pay for a new role.
That's a Class A misdemeanor.
下
and
个
it
月他
carries
就
a
要出第二
$500
期。
fine.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
To begin
你
with,
这小时候停更6
where were
年
you， on the night Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped?
I was watching TV in my motel room, but I had my police scanner on.
要修
I
哎，
heard the first reports that the little girl was missing. No way the police at the scene were going to let
天
me
天刚6年，好
set
难
my
过。
alarm so I could get on the story first thing in the morning and tried to sleep. It was difficult.
Can anybody confirm where you were?
No,
他
afraid
都已
not.
经停更6年，你难过什么？
I was alone and sleepless. A sad combination. And I realized a bad alibi.
你会一直等下去。OK，
Let's move on to the gas cans and what we found in your pockets when you were brought in here today.
That sounds exciting.
小说断尾超不爽的，小说断尾谁都很不爽。关联性最高的主题为何？放火烧掉那个地方，地堡的位置。
In addition to the gasoline in the back of your pickup and another in the bunker, you had a lighter and gloves in your pockets. You were going to set fire to the bunker and every scrap of evidence inside.
Where to begin? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I wasn't planning to use these things to destroy the crime scene. I've been around crime scenes my entire career. I brought the gloves so as not to contaminate it with my fingerprints. The gas can in the back of my pickup, I use it to put gas in the truck. Gas stations are few and far between in your mountains. I didn't know there was a gas can in the bunker. If that's true, I did you a favor. My arrival obviously scared off somebody planning to burn everything.
Do you also have an excuse for your lighter?
The lighter.
明年那个
I'm
史
trying
莱
to
姆
quit
要出第
smoking.
3季
I
耶
used the lighter as a reminder not to start again.
抽卡没有妹子，小时候停更6周年，你都不知道压多爱。等一下，这东西跟体重会胖不胖是有关联的吗？
You say you're a
这有关联的
journalist,
吗？
a stringer for Channel 6 News in Boston.
I sell my stuff to lots of media outlets.
Your camera was in your pickup. You didn't want to take pictures of the crime scene?
I like to get the lay of the land. Once I see the story I want to tell, then I start documenting it.
I don't know any journalist who works a case without their camera close at hand. He thinks he's invincible. I need to play his ego. That's the key. What are you doing in the Berkshires? And what is your connection to the Armstrong case?
For the past few months, I've been working on a big case. Boston 6 News was looking forward to my next story. The Armstrongs have been on my list of potential targets for a long time. I changed gears when Daisy was kidnapped and started investigating the Armstrongs.
《在西遭绑架时改变了焦点，开始调查安姆失踪一家。
Come on, Joanna. You're a better detective than that.
啊！过去这几个月我都在追个大案子，可是编辑说他们已经7、8个月没联络了。
It won't be easy to prove he's lying. Find some evidence. So you just stumbled on a major
我一直
kidnapping
选错
story
哎。
during your stay in the Berkshires.
Yeah, I was
不然冒色
researching
起来，相信
PCBs
整个
in
日
the
本
river
推特
for
都会一
crying
起
out
高潮。
loud. Then, wow, the Armstrongs.
等一
That's
下，
not a Science Sunday
我
report.
知道停
That's
更
a
最久的
lead.
是那个猎人
Sometimes，you just get lucky.
还有比猎人还久的吗？
Your camera in the pickup. There were photos of Daisy from before she was kidnapped.
The Armstrongs are a famous family, like the Kennedys or Hollywood couples. Gossip sites love them. People want to see how they live. I started out just
你知道
stealing
那个作
candid
者有没有活着都不知道。
Paparazzi live on getting that one exclusive shot. Steamy, intimate, whatever. Then when the kidnapping happened, I realized I was here
我
first.
之前好像有
What
看
an
过。
opportunity. And I jumped at it.
You have an answer for everything.
You're not very good at this, are you? How long have you been on the job?
Long enough to put you away for life. If you killed that little girl.
啊，我想起来了，那个什么，有一部那个影片，有一部动画，是那个有一堆虫生物，然后他战斗人员是一群小萝莉，那个也被腰斩了。好像不是说腰斩，是那个作者不知道跑去哪了。
Let's start with
那一部
why
我
you
觉得
went
蛮
to
好
the
看的。
cabin.
If the police were interested in it, I was interested in it.
That pickup of yours. That's a very nice ride. Especially for a stringer who
对啊，
only gets a few
一堆
stories on
草。
the air. How can you
不是
afford
不
it?
是不是
When
不是，
Boston 6 does use a story, they pay
小萝
okay.
莉那些
That
虫有
truck
病
is
毒
top of the，range.
然后
How much did it set you back? 55,
那些小萝莉的父母
$60,000?
是
When I have to,
生前感染病毒的时候生下来的，所以他们身上有一定的虫的那个病毒。
He's
然
enjoying
后那
himself.
些
I need to throw him off balance somehow.
我记得好像叫什
Surprise
么
him into making an
黑色
error.
子弹哦，
Explain to me again how you got to the crime scene.
I listened in on the police radio frequency. Anybody can do it with a scanner. I
那
headed to
小萝
the
莉都有
crime
那些
scene
虫
in
的
my
基因，
trusty
所以他们战
pickup,
斗力很
like
强。
I've done for years. After the forensic team left, I needed to see the crime scene for myself. I got to the bunker just before you arrived.
"对啊，我觉得那个也蛮好看的。
You said you've been driving that pickup for years?
You heard right. Thanks to it, I never miss a story.
You say you've been using your pickup for years, but the title certificate is not in your name. The truck belongs to somebody named Stephen Baker.
Okay, I don't get why the pickup is so important to you, but I guess my ego made me say that. Yeah, the pickup was lent to me by a friend. I couldn't afford it even with a loan.
I think you stole it, Mr. Clark. You needed a pickup like that for our
然后
mountain
还有一
roads,
部
so you stole that one.
Try proving
像那
it.
个展翅红石
When
头
you，run off on some
看
wild
这部一
goose
季之后就
chase, you
就
can't
没
hold
了
me.。
动画直接把那
I
个
know that Clark is lying.
动画直接把主角
I
贴死。
need to reconstruct the whole sequence of events in order to understand what happened.
但他明明有第二季，就是主角跟原本的团队里面的一个女生生的小孩的故事。然后动画直接把他写死，那个主角写死，就没有第二季了。这个应该是最先。应该是这样，打 ID 吧，通过风险实验，然后回去打 ID 吧， 然后从他小货车拿一桶油之后刚好抵达，然后他把那桶油扔进地堡之后关上地堡，好像不太对。
No, I did something wrong.
不太对。我记得那边有鞋印，是地堡里面的鞋印，所以他有进去过。这个应该是最先的。啊？这样不对吗？这样不对吗？如果破坏警告封条不是一开始最先的，那怎么可能？啊，这样，先拿一桶汽油，再打开地堡，再放进去，这样就对了。
The detective gets it right. I'll tell
Not
you
you,
what
I'll
really
say.
happened. You waited until forensics left and arrived in your probably stolen pickup. You grabbed a can of gasoline from your truck. You then went into the cabin to check if Daisy had been found. You then went straight to the bunker to see if it had been discovered, planning to set it on fire and destroy all the evidence inside. Before you could start the fire, you heard me arrive. So you hastily left your gas can and closed the hatch. You didn't think I could open the bunker. If I hadn't found you, I expect you would have burned down the cabin too.
I'm not gonna make fun of you, Detective, or how you handled my interrogation. You're obviously very new at this. I swear I'm telling the truth. I didn't know the bunker was there until the moment you showed up. I seem to have trumped your entire police force.
When I get the DNA results from the bunker, we'll continue this conversation.
You have no concrete evidence against me whatsoever.
The lab results will be in soon. You won't get away with this. See that call? That's your arrest warrant and a one-way ticket to prison. I'll be right back. Hello, sir. I think I found the man who kidnapped Daisy Armstrong. I'm interrogating him now.
Hold on, Detective Locke. I have some bad news. Someone set fire to the cabin in the bunker. The fire department is on the scene, but they say it's too late.
That's impossible. My suspect has been in the interrogation room with me all evening.
We can't hold him. Suzanne Moreau. Her fingerprints are on the wine bottle found in the cabin. We also found an unknown person's fingerprints, but they don't match your suspects.
Sir, with all due respect, I'm convinced Michael Clark is involved.
Detective, I'm cutting you some slack already, but we cannot hold your suspect simply because you're convinced he's guilty. We have evidence that Suzanne was working with an accomplice, Noah Garrity. I order you to release the reporter and arrest this Moreau.
Let me just check my last lead. The DNA analysis of the hair found in the bunker safe. The results just came in.
I know how hard this is. Okay. Get the DNA results. Detective Locke, I will give you 1 hour maximum. Then you close the file and arrest Suzanne Moreau.
Thank you, sir.
完了，这个案子被做了，有人作案。完蛋了！
An extra computer so I don't have to go all the way out to my desk. This is all a game to him, and he doesn't expect to lose.
哎，这很聪明哎，这个人在作案呢。哎，为什么我刚刚画面闪了一下？
Who did you call earlier?
An editor from the Boston 6 News.
An editor you repeatedly said should fire you. That was your accomplice, wasn't it? You were telling him to start the fire.
An accomplice?
I know it was Noah you called.
I'm saying nothing more without the presence of my lawyer.
Stay right where you are. I'm not done
当
with
然
you
了，嫌
yet.
犯还聪明啊！
Do I hear grounds for a lawsuit?
Some poor innocent woman is being accused instead of you. You set her up, didn't you?
You have to let me go, detective.
All I need is one more phone call to the lab.
所以他
I
刚
know
刚在
it's
警
you,
察
and
局
I'm
打的
going
那
to
通
prove
电
it.
话是打给他的那个共犯。
Hello,
我
this
在
is
警局，
Joanna
我被
Locke.
抓
I
了。
need the results of the DNA
然后那
test
个
I
人听
asked
到
you
之后
for.
马上去烧了，他们就已经
Sorry,
原本就已经
we only have the DNA sequence.
串通好
We
了。
haven't had time to compare it with the suspects yet. It'll take 7 more hours. I'm sorry, but you are not the only one on the waiting list.
Send your analysis to my computer in the office. I'll do the comparison myself.
I need authorization.
I have a murderer who is going to walk free unless I get those results now.
Fine, we'll send it to you right away, but I'll have to log this.
It's my last chance. This is all a game to him, and he doesn't expect to lose.
傻小啦，这什么啦？我哪知道哦？这游戏是把每个人都当成专业的警探，是不是啊？你白痴哦！ATC GGC AGAT AGATG AGATG， 我靠腰，好扯哦，好扯哦！ AGAT 朝一个 G， 而如果把它放到这，哎，好像都吻合哎，没有一个不吻合，这两个不吻合，那代表更其他的位置。 好像是这样没错，不是这个吗？TC TCGCA 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 TCG TCGTA TCGTA， 我靠腰嘞，完蛋了！哇，一模一样。完了。 TCGCA 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 白痴，这怎么玩？这我要怎么玩？ 都找不到什么 ATTGA 区的耶。ATTGA 区，可是苏珊莫罗的有，一比对就有了。GCAATC， 对啊，很花，超花的呢。ATT， 谁啦？到底是谁？CTA，可是目前只看到这个是合的。
No, no, Suzanne. I don't understand. I was sure it would be Clark's hair. I'll have to let him go.
因为都没有配对到其他的。真的是这样子吗？我感觉这个案件不止这样子哎。可我储存点是在刚刚那个地方。先存这个看看。我觉得有另外的答案，但不知道为什么。不是吧？可是这么说起来也是啊，因为如果真的抓到人了，那乔安娜不可能还在列车上。如果真的抓到了，乔安娜就不可能上列车了。所以这一局一定是被他们做了。
Sorry it didn't work out for you, Detective. Maybe you should consider a career change.
We are not done.
Oh, but we are, my dear. We are done.
I had no choice but to return to the Armstrong house to arrest Suzanne Moreau.
可是很明显的就是，犯人肯定是他。张开保险箱，
The
我也
arrest
想，
warrant for Suzanne Moreau.
我也想。
Suzanne was set up by Clark and Noah. They are the kidnappers, but I'm not giving up. When Suzanne comes up for trial, I will fight for her defense. But for now, the district attorney is in charge. If I want to stay a detective, he always has the last word.
干，让我抓一个，你要我抓一个完全不相关的人，我真的是，哦，为什么？这就是法律的无奈吗？明明知道那个犯人就是他，然后我还是得他妈的放那个犯人走。
The door is wide open. How strange. Hey, is anyone there? Miss Moreau?
我觉得人已经被杀了。
This is Detective Locke.
很无奈，那个心情很无奈。 我能感受到那个警察的无奈。悬案密码，又是另外一个悬疑类的游戏，是不是？我觉得苏珊已经死了，他已经死了，连克拉克都不在。
Miss Moreau, can you hear
Ah.
me? It's me, Detective Locke. You must get up now. Miss Moreau? Miss Moreau, can you hear me?
其中两集
Suzanne
蛮好
Moreau
看
is
的。
dead. There are no traces of blows or injuries on her body. She doesn't seem to have defended herself from anyone.
"了解究竟怎么回事。母亲已在3月29号星期六晚上安详离世。如果需要协助安排好事，或如果有其他我们帮得上忙的地方，请给我们祝您安好。助理管理师艾戴尔·富兰克林，富兰克林。好啊，
Suzanne was telling the truth about her
好啊
mother.
好啊，要做假证啊，好啊。
She must have realized at last how she'd been used. The death of her mother would have been an additional shock, and the self-righteous court of social media was as quick as usual to try and convict her. Suzanne's diary is missing. The glasses are missing.
眼镜不见了，悬案密码。我们找时间来一起看。都黑的，黑的，黑的，黑的代表没了。啊？
It appears
怎么又是
Suzanne
你？
killed herself by ingesting all these drugs.
怎么又是这个？
I called the district attorney to inform him. This is Detective Locke, sir. I'm at the Armstrong house.
Have you arrested Suzanne Moreau?
She's dead, sir. Apparent suicide, but I need a forensics team.
She killed herself out of remorse for her part in the crime.
We don't know that yet. I'm calling forensics now, but I wanted you to know.
What a mess. Stay on site until forensics arrive.
Yes, sir. Standing by. The investigation was officially closed. I was certain that she was innocent, and Clark had been responsible for 4 deaths and then vanished into thin air. With $1 million. Dollars marked, though, and not easily spent. I didn't care if the case was officially closed. I swore, Mr. Poirot, whatever it took, I would hunt him down.
看人就这样被他逃走了，他也太聪明了吧！我觉得，我感觉肯定是因为我没有发现那样东西，少了一份证据。然后又少拿一个胡子。
I waited for the forensics team, then went into the station to write my report. I was officially off the case.
Thank you, mademoiselle. That obviously cannot be the completion of your story. If I might ask a question?
Of course.
雷基特就是路亚穆罗小姐男友？怎么可能？哎、他这个游戏有分歧选项哎。不太可能是路亚，我觉得是麦克克拉克比较有可能。照那个脸来看的话，没有，我再想一下，要想一下。
Michael Clark, the reporter. He was Ratchet?
Absolutely. I was the only law enforcement official to question Clark. I knew this wasn't his first kidnapping.
You looked for similar cases. What do you Americans call the MMOs?
Means, motive, and opportunity. Yes, I looked for someone in plain sight. Someone on the edge of a kidnapping case. Someone in plain view, keeping track of the investigations. An innocent witness, a concerned neighbor, even another reporter.
And eventually you found a name behind an alias.
Yes, I found a name. Cassetti, the real name. The real name of the man you call Ratchet is Cassetti.
This explains much, mademoiselle, but not all.
It explains why she is our #1 suspect.
But not how she came to be on this train. Attends, she has grown pale.
I don't know what's wrong with me. Excuse me, Mr. Poirot. I don't feel very well.
You are exhausted and still feeling the effects of the drug. Stay with us, mademoiselle.
等于说我要玩这游戏要玩2周目
I
哎，
need to know
他
your
从
recent movements.
第4章还是第5章开
I
始
observed you
会有
came
分歧
directly
点，
to this room.
Yes, and
这
other
它
than
有
a
多
couple of
结
careful
局？
trips to the ladies yesterday, I never left this room. I didn't want to be spotted by Ratchet. Yesterday, I chatted with my roommate, Miss Schmidt, I think, here in our room. She brought me some dinner. I got very sleepy and nodded off.
And now she nods off again. Is this a joke? She must be faking so we can't interrogate her further, Poirot.
No, Book. She really seems to have fallen asleep again. It is my fault. She must have been given a dangerous dose of sleeping pills last night. The effects should wear off soon, I hope, but I am afraid asking her to tell us her story was too much for her.
Pinch her, Poirot. She's faking.
Her eyes are dilated. She is not faking, and there will be no pinching. Dr. Constantine, please stay with her. Monsieur Book, ask the other passengers to gather in the dining car. There are still many questions I need to ask.
But all of them together? Won't someone overhear your questioning the others?
I will speak softly because I am trained to do so. They will speak softly because they want to.
Very well. I will do as you say.
我记得那时候看好像是1962，有点像。这个人不只用假名，还会整形。可是看不出来吗？58岁，美国人记者。诶，好像还真的有点像诶。不可能是苏珊·莫罗的男友，因为一个35岁不可能跟一个应该不可能跟一个58岁吧？ 对不对？这边看起来，哎哎，那个鼻子，那个眉毛有点不太像，额头的部分，嘴巴是蛮像的啦，就少了胡子。然后过了几年，过了4年，他又更老了，头都秃了。我那耳朵也蛮像的，然后那个眼睛，哎呀，他们两个动作是一样的哎，我没猜错哎，哎，我没猜错哎，麦克克拉克就是雷希特，然后他被杀了。
I'll stay here to watch over Miss Law.
OK， 我他妈还算盘的挺对的啊，盘的挺对的啊，漂亮。啊，难怪他的那个包包里面有那个黛西的照片啊，还揉成一团啊！啊，黛西的死。
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr.
一定让他久久无法忘怀很久，所以他的包包里面会有那个黛西的照片。哎，天才啊！我根本是天才吧！我的天啊！可是我还是没有找到那个胡子。开始自评啊，天才啊！我是天才啊！哈哈啊，天才哈哈！没有胡子，没有胡子。房间里面放了一个胡子。没有，你刚刚离开的时候，我在那边盘，是不小心拿冰地刮掉。我在那边盘啊，盘这个，你看这个雷契特的长相跟他的姿势，跟这个嘛麦克克拉克的姿势一模一样。你看那个鼻子、那个眉毛、那个眼睛、那个耳朵，还有那个额头，哇！除了秃头这部分，其他都一模一样。过了4年，美国人记者，美国人62岁，一模一样。细节啊，细节怪物啊！我就是那个细节怪物啊！那个莫罗苏珊才35岁，怎么说也不太可能，就是几率很小会跟一个58岁的人交往。
I hope we will be leaving soon.
不是说不可能，是几率很小。对他来说啊，所以我才说是几率很小。莫罗苏珊说他说得起啊，他男友好像很年轻。里奥纳多·皮亚丘，我知道啊。
I should go and interview the passengers in the restaurant car.
女朋友都不超过25，可是很多都是那种偏现代的啊。对啊。而这个事件发生在好像跟里奥纳多他的年纪有点相近。
The masterman is already here to answer your questions.
Perfect. Thank you, my friend. Sit down, Monsieur Masterman, please.
Thank you.
Does the name Cassetti mean anything to you?
No, should it?
Have you heard of the Armstrong kidnapping case?
Of course. It was all over the news a few years ago.
Your
那要是我有钱，我也想吃 UK 的。
He was the man behind that kidnapping.
Mr. Ratchet was. He murdered that poor little girl?
Mr. McQueen, the man you worked for is a kidnapper named Cassetti.
What? What kidnapping?
He murdered his victim, a child named Daisy Armstrong.
The Armstrong kidnapping?
You had no idea of Monsieur Ratchet's real name?
Damn
确实
skunk!，
我要先跟里奥纳多一样帅
My。father was
可以
the
整
district
容嘛，对
attorney
不
who
对？
handled the case, Mr. Poirot. I saw Mrs. Armstrong more than once. She was a lovely woman, so gentle and heartbroken. If ever a man deserved what he got, Ratchet, or Cassetti, is the man.
整容男吗
He？ didn't deserve to live.
Madame Olson, have you heard of the Daisy Armstrong case?
No, I've never heard of it.
It was only 2 years ago. It was famous.
Maybe so, but it was not famous in Spain, where I have been helping the refugees from Africa.
You've never heard the name Daisy Armstrong?
No, never.
Daisy Armstrong?
2年前的事件，可是它显示58岁，一个62岁。
Yes. It was all over the English tabloids before I went to Jordan. A horrific crime that claimed the lives of an entire family and their wrongfully accused nanny. That's right, isn't it?
Quite so.
I thought the culprit had been punished.
Some might say that the culprit was punished last night.
Oh, my heavens.
May I ask you a few more questions?
Yes, of course.
You read about the crime, as you said, in the tabloids.
Yes, that's right. For weeks, news of the royal family was eclipsed.
Have you ever been to the United States, mademoiselle?
No, never. Jordan was really my first trip abroad.
You were in Jordan?
Yes, I was an English tutor there to the children of a high official. Until recently.
What is your relationship to Captain Arbuthnot?
Who?
A former soldier traveling with us. You must have met him.
Ah, yes, I met him on the platform in Istanbul. We only had a brief exchange of pleasantries, nothing more. British Reserve and all that.
Ah, the British Reserve. Yes, with this I am familiar. She may be telling the truth, but I cannot be certain.
不可能简短的聊一下。
I know there is a clue somewhere to prove she's
这个
lying.
也没办法证明他说谎。约旦当英文家教，伊斯坦堡月台上见到他，不可能。饭店的时候他们就见过了。
Are you sure everything you have told me is accurate, Mademoiselle Debenham?
Of course.
Mademoiselle, I know that you met Captain Arbuthnot at the Tocatlion Hotel.
You were spying on me.
I am very attentive to my surroundings. It helps in my profession.
Well, it's your word against mine.
I had occasion to be of some assistance in recovering Captain Arbuthnot's train ticket. While searching his room, I also discovered one of your earrings. Whatever your relationship may be to the good captain, I doubt it has anything to do with British Reserve. You will not tell me your secret, mademoiselle?
I can't. I don't know what you mean.
Poirot, Miss Debenham's got nothing to do with this business. Nothing. Do you hear?
Archie, stop.
No,
靠
this
北
behavior is unworthy of an officer and a gentleman.
Leave her alone. Have you no honor?
Archie, we should go.
Captain Arbuthnot, I am certain you are a brave soldier, but you are a poor actor. The truth is that Your relationship with Miss Debenham is beyond doubt, Captain. Your reaction was apparently that of a man trying to protect the woman he loves. I might understand that if your relationship were some cleverly disguised secret, but it is not. You make puppy dog eyes at one another at every opportunity. You cannot hide your love. Everybody knows.
I advise you to stop with your accusations, Mr. Poirot. I'm going to escort Miss Debenham back to her compartment. Make of that what you will.
The captain and Mademoiselle Debenham are obviously adamant about not revealing their relationship, but this scene convinced me there is more that is not so obvious.
In my 25-year career, I have never seen such madness aboard the Orient Express.
I understand, my friend. The more we learn, the more perplexing this train ride becomes. But we have other clues to pursue. The broken watch on Monsieur Ratchet's wrist, for example, and the handkerchief found near the body. Who does that belong to?
This little drama we have just witnessed has not put you off the scent.
Far from it, my friend. Will you return to your watch over Mademoiselle Locke?
Yes, I will. Dr. Constantine can probably use a break.
Good.
Au revoir, Poirot.
好像认识啊，玛丽德本汉啊，40岁英国人。两个都英国人，不可能，假的。为什么两个长得有点像啊？为什么两个长得有点像啊？这两个的脸模长得有点像诶。鼻子，这鼻子有被揍过，这鼻子有被揍过。然后那个人是说法文，真没有真的只有那个法国人。啊！苏珊·莫罗也是法国人，好奇怪哦！完了，先去找胡子，不管了，奇怪哦。为什么我会显示鸟栏？对，为什么后头会显示鸟栏？为什么呢？到底是为什么
I'm sorry, sir, but I must concentrate on my baking.
说W19是不是你好烂？对 ，bot 才会显示你好烂。嗯。饭已经盘出来，哎，就是你，W19，就是你。我家的 bot 都告诉我了。
That was easy.
收集的资讯来看，手绢的主人可能是谁？有奇错的题主，赫克特·麦奎恩、卡洛琳·赫伯德，手绢。 BOT 看起来会随地大小便，并不会啊，并没有。这手绢的主人是谁？手绢的主人是谁？完了，我忘记了。40岁赫克特·麦奎恩。完了，我忘记那个手绢的那个资讯了，怎么办？看，我们只好一个一个盘了。有7个人需要确定身份。卡洛琳·赫伯德说不是他的，可是他说不是他的就不是他的吗？哈德曼有 H。可是这几个人都没有看过啊，怎么会确定是他的嘞？我这几个人，有些人都没盘过，像这2个，还有这一个，这4个我都没盘过，所以这4个可以排除在外。这4个排除在外，那我们就只有8个人。然后我收集什么资讯呢？没什么资讯啊，我没什么资讯啊，假的啦，不是啊。我真的是没什么资讯啊，有4个人根本没盘过啊。这个盘手绢是不是有点太早啦
My next restaurant will not have wheels.
啊，怎么都没有活着啊！我的 BOT 才不会随地大小便呢，他只会尿在你身上。啊，我头好乱啊！我的天哪，救命哦！哦，这个案件扑朔迷离耶，我快不行了！到底为什么要盘这个手绢的那个主人是谁啦？跟我没什么资讯啊！没资讯我要盘，我怎么盘？那个猪肉，盘猪肉是不是啊？皮洛可带走直接电死，问题是皮洛可电不死啊！粮食吃光前就电分出我车，我觉得有困难。
Monsieur Foscarelli, I would like to ask you a few questions, if you allow me.
Ah, Signore Poirot, is it? I was wondering when you'd get around to me. Unfortunately, you find me on a mission of mercy.
Hello, Monsieur Poirot. Sorry, we have a small problem.
The orange juicer has broken down and I can't fix it. Mr. Foscarelli has kindly offered to help me.
It isn't a car engine, but I am doing my best.
Even with the two of us, we can't manage.
Let me guess. You call upon Poirot to help.
I'd be happy to answer your questions when we finished. It's a real brain teaser.
哦，拜托，我的工作更烧脑。你干嘛？啊？对啊，我最好有办法这样子。哦，然后这是上层的，第二层。啊？啊？啊？这两个看起来连起来了。哦。哦。哦啊，轻轻松松啊，轻轻松松啊。啊，你再说一次。
Bravo. I should stick to automobiles.
Well, now we can talk calmly. Monsieur Foscarelli, is it?
Antonio Foscarelli, delighted, Monsieur Poirot.
You have, of course, heard about Ratchet's murder last night.
Oh, naturally. It is all
你再说一次，我要玩到几点？可以的吧，可以的吧。
Have you ever been to the United States?
Yes, it has been a primary market for our cars for the last 10 years.
You remember the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The name, yes. It was a little girl. A baby, was it not?
Yes, a very tragic affair. Did you know that Cassetti, the kidnapper, was actually Ratchet?
Oh, no. Then he deserved to die. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Can you tell me your movements on the night of the murder?
I went to bed right after dinner, but I slept very badly. My roommate, Mr. Masterman, had a toothache. Oh, he moaned all night. It woke me up several times.
Did you hear anything or notice anything unusual?
No, nothing that I can think of. I stayed in my bed all night.
这可能还有得问。
Well, thank you, Mr. Foscarelli.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more, Signore. I remain at your disposal if you should need me.
哎，没了，他没得问了。
Thank you so much, Monsieur Poirot. I can put orange juice back on the menu.
他没得问了。餐厅里面还有得问。记得餐厅里面那一个他还有得问。知道他已经调配好了，还没好。还是我们这边来排一下手绢的主人是谁？随便选个7个人出来。虽然说我觉得一定会错。啊，你在旁边盘一下啊。算了，不要硬 A 好了，我不知道啊。他这个，我觉得他这个出太早了。
I hope we will be leaving soon.
这个完全跟他不相干呢。到底为什么能这样啊？然后为什么都没有找到金色胡子？好多人根本都还没聊过天，完全不知道到底是谁是谁。
Mr. Poirot, please find this murderer quickly. We could all be in danger.
我觉得你很危险啊！对，你的房间有没有胡子？他们房间有没有胡子啊？你的房间有没有胡子啊？
Mr. Poirot, please find this murderer quickly. We could all be in danger.
你的房间没有胡子。203进不去了。
Wow. It has been a while since I have seen one of those.
Hello, can I do something for you?
Hello, Monsieur Hardman, I believe. You have heard of the murder?
Cyrus Hartman, yes, and the fact that there's been a murder is all over the train.
You do not seem very concerned about it, monsieur.
It's not the first murder I've run across.
I had no idea the selling of toys was so dangerous. I did overhear you mention at dinner that this is your profession.
Toy salesman is a cover. I'm a private detective, just like you, from the U.S.
玩具推销员只是他的外表，他跟我一样是个私家侦探，所以正常来讲，他的职业应该是玩具推销员。
I must admit I'm not right this time.
啊
No, not good.
不要跟我说。等下。
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
该不会是私家侦探吧
I must admit I'm not right.
Okay.
This is
我
wrong.
刚没有认真在听。
I do not think that's the right answer.
不是吧？55岁。
No, not good.
完了，我真的硬 A 了。
I do not think that's the. This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth. Think, Poirot. That is not a. No, no, no.
不是可以给我听再听一下他的那个吗？没有得听，没有得听，我是要怎么记起来他讲过什么话？每个人的话都要听哎。
I must admit I'm not right this time.
安 T 那个是直接用这个线索，没有，这个是作弊，这个叫作弊。可是我又不想靠作弊。干美国人，他妈的年龄50岁。
I did not expect to find another detective on this train.
I just finished a
不
job
一
in
样哦，
Istanbul
那
when
个
I
是直接
received
叫
an
那
email from
个
Ratchet. He
系统作弊给我看的，一个是我硬 A 的作弊。
I'm not happy about that. He'd received some threatening letters. I was supposed to watch his back, and yeah, something I failed to do. But he seemed to think he was in more danger when he left the train.
He was traveling to Paris?
I assume so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Can anyone on this train confirm your identity?
Yeah, that McQueen kid. Ratchet's secretary.
Were you on
作弊啦
duty！
好
last
啦，
night?
确实啊，
You
确实
bet.
都作弊。
Kept my door open a crack and I watched all night. No one entered that car who didn't belong there.
Did you see anything in particular?
The conductor, Michelle, he was there most of the time too, except for 15 minutes or so after we left Vinkovsky. He must have answered a call from Ratchet's room, then he was absent again for a while around 1 a.m. After that, he didn't move until 5.
Monsieur Hardman, have you heard of the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The kidnapping 3 or 4 years ago? Who hasn't? Why?
Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. I have reason to believe he was the kidnapper.
What? He killed that little girl? No, I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job.
Do you have any idea who was behind the threatening letters?
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a small man. Dark hair, with a womanish kind of voice.
Oh, thank you for your help.
Huh?
Thank you for answering my questions, Monsieur Hardman.
Listen, Poirot. I know I fell down on the job, but if you need help, any at all, let me know. I'd like to make it right.
Huh? 所以我说，为什么他们都要做这个门？然后他可以去我车厢里面，我也可以来他车厢里面。啊，如果没锁着，啊，不就大家都可以进去里面互捅互砍？哎，我还没找到其他胡子哎，怎么回事啊？哎，哦，这一关只有2个胡子啊，都找到了啊，那不用找了。
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
Very well, madam. I'll come back later. But you will need to speak to me.
So, my friend, have you finished your investigation?
No, but I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Okay. I stay here to watch this young lady.
保护好他，他现在很危险啊，知道吗？这什么？
I hope your investigation is progressing, Mr. Poirot.
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
再来，我要跟谁对话？我该不会要先盘出来到底谁吧？哎呀，我们现在盘进出过他房间里面的人。 这个人进过，这个人进过，这个人进过。目前只能知道这4个人有进过他的房间。这里这个就不知道了。有7个人需要确认身份。还不知道他有谁有去过他房间呢？正常来讲，他助手有啊，可是上面没有到底是啥小？这局好难哦。我还有谁没讲过话？然后米歇尔又不见了。
I hope we will be leaving soon.
没啦，我现在好像没有任何事情可以干呢，就是我一定要盘出手剑的主人是谁。那证据数量也太少了吧？那个，哎呀！哇，这游戏真的不能隔一天再玩呢，你会整个盲掉哎，完全不知道到底谁是谁。
I'm sorry, sir, but I must concentrate on my baking.
没了，一定要盘了，怎么办？我不知道是谁。难道我们要作弊了吗？哦，我不想要作弊哦，还是赢哎，7个人呢。
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
这几个对的，4个人对了，这2个是错的，这3个是错的，那就是你。
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
OK， 为什么？
My little gray cells did not let me down.
为什么？康斯坦丁、和安卓尼伯爵夫人、毛利先生。名字缩写是 H， 为什么毛利影的英文缩写是 H？ 哇，干这要英文很好哎！我知道赫跟麦奎恩里面有个赫，哈德曼有一个 H， 斯米特。斯米特哪里有个赫啊 ？H。哎，先生就你了。
Sorry to bother you, Monsieur Mori. I have a question to ask you.
对啊，应该要看全名。可是他这个人全名是毛利，他是日本人。
This handkerchief embroidered with an H, is it yours?
No, I've never seen it before.
那也应该就是他的名字。
Thank you. That is all I wanted to know.
I hope your investigation won't interfere with today's menu.
对啊，他已经没了。毛利影的 名字里面有 H 吗？康斯坦丁医生是不知道是不是全名？这康斯坦丁进来在嫌疑犯的里面，然后这个是有赫伯德，姓卡洛琳，名赫伯德，所以有个 H。对啊，你说那个是姓啊，毛利是姓啊，可是他全名就叫毛利颖啊。好吧，我英文不好，我是啊。那我切成中文版来玩，是不是好像有点不太合啊？对啊，他是日本人啊，他是日本人，所以完全没办法知道他的名字哪里跟 H 开头有关。然后像这个赫特是他的本姓，然后他叫麦奎恩，他里面就有个 H， 然后这个哈德曼里面有个 H， 那个哈也有 H。再来就这个西德加蒂斯米特，这里哪里有个 H 啊？你也是 H， 哇！对啊，斯米特的是 S， 我知道啊。C 是 H 哦，我以为应该是就 ABC 的 C 才对。
Enchanté, mademoiselle. You are Hildegard Schmidt?
I am Erfol. And you, I know, are Herr Poirot.
Correct. May I ask you for a few minutes of your time to answer a few questions?
With pleasure, but first may I ask for your help?
Why does this not surprise me?
I don't know.
I am at your service, Fraulein.
My mistress, Princess Dragomirov, has asked me to open this traditional Matryoshka doll. There is a trinket inside she must retrieve.
Madame, in my experience, each Russian nesting doll simply pulls apart to reveal the next one inside.
Indeed. Yet try it for yourself.
As you wish.
Ah, you are a gentleman.
哇，那这东西没有用英文版来猜这个手卷，还真的有难度哎。哎，哦，第一个应该是对的。啊？好。哦，连对2个。啊！旁边怎么没有一直讲话？要是旁边有一直讲话 NPC， 我还不打死他。这看起来是对的啊。看起来不对吗？啊，他不对。樱花，罗兰，樱花，有没有全部同一色调？这个 这个也是同一个色调。这个要怎么玩？春夏秋冬吗？他还没给我提示。没有提示吗？哎，我觉得这个有点过分吧。不是听声音，有听声音的话，它这边会有一个电波图。这个没有像上一个一样有提示，这有点过分了吧？你要盲猜耶。我就没有什么提示吗？啊，提示好像在这里哦。樱花是吗？这个算提示吗？啊，真的是提示哎。啊，这个没有提示啊！哎，这个该不会啊？就只是单纯把它3个转好。轻轻松松啊。
The inscription reads, "To my dearest friend."
Ah, thank you very much. This doll reminds her of her youth in Russia. It was very hard under the Soviet regime, but thanks to her strength of will, she rose to be the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg. Even though she now lives in Berlin, it is said that the Kremlin still fears her.
She must be a formidable woman indeed. You are her maid?
I am her companion. I help her in her daily tasks, and I keep her company.
Ah, forgive me. You will have heard of Ratchet's murder last night.
Yes, of course. Everyone is talking about it.
Have you lost a handkerchief embroidered with an H, madame?
Oh, no, monsieur.
I thought perhaps since your first name is Hildegard.
It is not mine, I tell you. I could not afford something so nice. I have no idea who it belongs to.
My apologies, I did not mean to alarm you. Thank you for answering my questions, madame.
气什么？哎，他还能讲话哎。
Did you need something else, Monsieur Poirot?
OK， 代表他有在说谎。我们之后还会再回来找他，今天找他的大姐头。哎。
Monsieur, I am Hercule.
I know who you are, Monsieur Poirot. What do you want?
Answers to a simple question or two.
All right, but quickly. My wife is quite ill. I would like to stay by her side.
I promise. First of all, I imagine you know about the murder.
Of course. The Countess is terribly distressed.
Your full name?
Rudolf Adreni.
Your home is?
Budapest.
And how did you come to be aboard the Orient Express?
I am a Hungarian diplomat. My family has represented our homeland since the revolution from the Soviet Union in 1956. I was on my country's business in Istanbul. Business which I cannot discuss.
And your wife often accompanies you on your diplomatic missions?
Yes, and why not? Was there anything else you wanted to know?
匈牙利外交官，这看起来几岁？34岁，我猜34岁，但我觉得他应该是54岁。
That was easy.
啊
Can you tell me how you spent last night?
I was in our compartment with my wife. She went to bed early. I played a video game on my phone.
这游戏的年龄果是最难猜的。
Evening, my wife woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. She took a sleeping pill. As for me, I went to bed soon after that and slept straight through until morning.
Have you ever been to the United States?
I was posted to the Hungarian embassy in Washington for a year.
You knew perhaps the Armstrong family.
Armstrong? It is difficult to recall.
目前有11岁了没有？
It was the kidnapping of a child.
基本上都3开头。
The culprit was the man on this train who called himself Ratchet, the one who was murdered last night.
Indeed. It sounds like justice finally caught up with him.
Thank you for your time. Now, I'd like to speak to your wife, if you don't mind.
It's impossible. As I told you, my wife is very ill. Thank you, and good luck with the investigation.
内人病得很重，可是刚出发的时候你还明明
The good count does not appear to want
明明就还很活蹦乱跳，目前才经过第1天而已，你内人就生病了。这游戏都很爆年龄吧？我也这么觉得。表的假设，表被凶手动了手脚。表显示是雷希特死亡时间1点15分，可是他12点3几分其实就已经死了，第一次，所以他可能被动了手脚。 然后逃走的时间，如果案发之前故障了，有可能。
I must admit I'm not
啊，对了2个。
Let me consider all the possibilities.
表显示是案发时间，它原本显示是案发时间。 然后被凶手动了手脚，不可能。如果这样的话，案发之前就故障，怎么可能？
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth.
不对吗
Let me consider all the possibilities.
该不会是他睡着的时间？然后歹徒不想让人家知道，所以在
No, not good.
为什么？
Let me consider all the possibilities.
案发时间，可是他在案发之前就故障了。 啊，有点矛盾呢。他在案发之前就故障了，可是它显示又是案发的时间。
Yes, there are only 3 possible hypotheses. The watch has been
啊，如果这是假设就没问题。
It is out of adjustment, or it indicates the time of the murder. I shall explore these last two possibilities before reaching any conclusions. If the watch is out of adjustment, it may be broken. There may also be another reason related directly to Ratchet. Maybe the watch is set to another time zone.
对啊，他这个资讯是矛盾。有什么细节可以显示出表在石英元件坏掉前并未停住？
The watch was not defective because the second hand is still moving. Et voilà.
所以表没有故障。
That was easy.
所以他正确死亡时间是1点15分。我们第二次起来的时候，那等于说12点37分那次第一次起来，有人用法语跟米歇尔讲话的时候，那个是真的凶手，但他先让那个死者先睡着，然后在1点15分的时候作案。 伊斯坦堡位在哪个时期？哪小啦，这我哪知道啊？伊斯坦堡在哪里？这里吧。我的英文不好。伊斯坦堡是哪个英文？这个吗？伊斯坦堡。啊！ 啊！
Fantastic！
啊，伊斯坦堡啊！东方快车目前位于哪个时区？好像是2吧？啊1。
Adequate。
1。
If this theory is correct. Then the
案发时间是凌晨12点15分。
I must interrogate all the passengers to see if any of them have an alibi for this hour.
又要问每一个人，我的天哪！那个资讯真的是越来越错综复杂哎。为彼此证明不在场的有哪些人？ 布克先生跟康斯坦丁医生是同一间房间，他们有讲。德本汉跟奥尔森，
That was easy.
所以只剩那个人没办法为自己证实不在场证明。 对嘛，我就说了嘛，一开始那个人很有问题。他一直在说一些有问题的东西。
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
Very well, madam. I'll come back later. But you will need to speak to me.
这个人到底想不想聊天啊？很难呢。
So,
No.
Okay.
我先问你话。
Excuse me, Doctor. May I ask you a question?
Anything that can help the investigation, Mr. Poirot.
I wanted to know what your first name is,
这
Doctor.
个人很难聊天呢。
Why?
我可以把他当嫌犯吗？
If the handkerchief embroidered with an H could have been yours.
I'm a doctor, Mr. Poirot. Cloth handkerchiefs are a playground for viruses. I would not touch one.
OK。
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
Ah, Monsieur McQueen, may I ask you a question?
Anything I can do to help, Mr. Poirot?
This handkerchief embroidered with an H. Is it yours?
No, I don't use cloth handkerchiefs.
好色哦，你们好 H 哦，不能这样子哎，每个人都在色色。好啊，我这里又没人问啊，我还有谁？我有谁要问？表没有提供的资讯。安佐尼伯爵夫人，她老公保护得很好，不给问。毛利先生问过了，赫伯特他还没问过，麦奎问过了，哈德曼对哈德曼还没问过，康斯坦丁先生问过了，诶，这个问过了。哇，这案子原本是很简单的东西，塞了一堆东西进来，直接变成扑朔迷离。好了，不聊天就不聊天嘛，莫名其妙。
Is this handkerchief embroidered with an H yours?
Do I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief like that?
不是就不是嘛，凶屁啊！到底在凶几点？不知道为什么有时候会突然不能走。赫伯德太太，开门，就你。
Madame Hubbard, may I ask you a question or two? It won't take long.
Anything I can do to help?
Have you misplaced a handkerchief recently?
No, I don't think so. Why?
We found a handkerchief embroidered with the letter H, so I thought it might have been yours.
I'm sorry, but it's not. It may belong to Miss Schmidt, Princess Dragomirov's lady's maid. I believe her first name is Hildegard.
It is a possibility. Anyone could be lying, of course. I thank you, madame.
可是我记得一开始就有问过这个人的，那为什么现在要再问他一次？
Monsieur, if I am to catch this murderer, I will need your help.
My help? I am at your service, Poirot.
You are very protective of your wife, Count Andrény.
Does that surprise you? Her vertigo can be very dangerous.
I believe there are many kinds of vertigo.
If you don't mind, I'd rather talk to a doctor, not a detective. If you'd excuse me.
Monsieur, if...
My help?
You are obviously a devoted husband, Count Andrény.
My wife means the world to me. There were questions in Budapest about a Hungarian diplomat marrying an American woman.
It did not deter you.
I would have given up my position for her. I would think it is universal. Are you married, Mr. Poirot?
No. I fear marriage is not for me. But her condition, is it very grave?
She is suffering a bout of vertigo. You understand? The room spins.
I think Dr. Constantine could help your wife.
There is a doctor on this train? I did not know. Where is this doctor?
I think Dr. Constantine is in the lounge car. If not, perhaps the conductor can tell you where he is.
Very well, I will find him. Thank you very much.
不是，提供了错误的方向。哦。
Forgive me for intruding, madame. I am Hercule Poirot,
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot. I overheard you send my husband on a wild goose chase.
Your husband cares for you greatly, madame. I apologize for
你现在非常想做一个邪恶的事情啊？你说。
But the situation is urgent, and I need to ask you a few questions.
Apology accepted. I realize you must speak to everyone. This horrendous murder. It's very upsetting.
That is
这个直接放美食的影片。
Please don't touch the music box. It's a fragile family heirloom.
Your accent, is it American? Boston, perhaps?
You have a good ear, Mr. Poirot. Yes. Born and raised in what we call the Back Bay.
Are you in the diplomatic service?
我肚子有点饿。
No, not officially. I was still in college when I met Rudy 2 years ago. I keep myself busy handling his scheduling, travel, appointments.
我最想吃那个甜甜圈的店家都没有甜甜圈。
Behind every great man, there is a great woman.
That was the saying. Today one might reverse the sentiment as well, don't you think?
Of course, I stand corrected.
$39，不可能39吧？这看起来，设计师。
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer.
他应该不是外交官
I
吧？
must admit I'm not right this time.
午夜啊，午夜。
That's the right answer.
我以为他是设计师，刚没有看清楚。
A
面包店
embroidered with an H.
对啊，
was found
看起来不像
at the
21耶，
crime
这看起来像
scene.
30几岁
By
耶
any chance, does your first name begin with an H?
No, my first name is Elena, with an E.
Can you tell me what you did last night?
Well, my husband and I went to dinner. Then we came back here. We went to bed around
30
10
几
o'clock.
岁了，你刚刚
I
21
tried to
岁了，你
sleep,
结
but
婚，
I couldn't because of the
然后这
shaking
个
of the
20
train.
21岁了，
I
你看起来
suffered
像
from
30几
vertigo.
岁
I。finally took a sleeping pill and
漂
that did the
亮。
trick.
When did the train's motion prevent you from sleeping?
Between midnight and 2 a.m. I know because I must have looked at my watch about 10 times.
I see.
所以该不会这个外交官是皮卡丘？
Come now, Countess. You are not telling me the truth.
Why do you say that?
The train stopped at 12:30 a.m. due to snow, so there was no shaking of the train. But you told me that it was the shaking that prevented you from sleeping.
I don't know, you're confusing me. My vertigo.
来了，
A man died last night. You can't talk nonsense just because you're sick. You are hiding something from me.
说谎。
How dare you? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm going to find my husband.
说谎就拿自己的病症来当挡箭牌。啊，我生病了啊，我一定记错了啊，我不知道。
Kind, I know, but my strategy worked. I can now inspect this room in peace.
啊，我不知道啊，我生病了啊，你不能问我。哎，怎么每个人都喜欢吃这一盘
These
迷药？
must be the sleeping pills that Countess Andreni took last night. It's closed.
有没有提示？叶子。 哦，看到3鸟2叶子1花 ，OK。3鸟2叶子1花，这个是花，2叶子，3鸟。
It's closed.
啊？这应该有它的旋律在，我没找到。啊，没有，盲猜，没有提示。还是这个是提示？月亮、太阳、花。啊！好想吃焗烤，我也想啊。这样对吧？差一点点。怎么这么准？哇，太多了！好想吃起司。这边建议你可以去吃披萨，披萨是你的好选择。哪里错了？对啦，月亮、太阳。啊！这个我要怎么记？把它比喻成4好了，就是41231，41231，41231，的谱面。这个4123的谱面，对吧？然后后面是多少？4213，4213，就这个。 哇，这机关
An engraving written in, I believe, Russian Cyrillic. It looks like a first name.
美丽的年轻小姐海琳娜和索尼娅。
It's Countess Andreni with an older girl. It's Countess Andreni. For my beautiful young ladies, Helena and Sonia.
她自己叫她艾琳娜，可是她是海琳娜，所以她说谎。
Have you no shame?
Monsieur, I am afraid shame is not a very helpful emotion for a detective trying to get at the truth.
What are you doing in our compartment?
I am investigating a murder, Count Andreni.
My wife is ill.
My apologies, monsieur, but your wife seemed in perfect health when she left the room to find you. I do apologize, but I needed to search your compartment.
You will regret this, Poirot.
Please, Count. You aren't going to challenge me to a duel, are you? Countess, I'm afraid I took the liberty of inspecting your...
好想吃披萨
How dare you?
好想吃炸鸡
message in the medallion was addressed to you and Sonia. Sonia Armstrong, your older sister, the mother of Daisy, the murdered child.
完了，事情都盘出来了。
You have no official standing here. You have no right to search.
No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It's useless to deny what this gentleman says. I am Helena Goldenberg, the sister of Sonia Armstrong, and Daisy was my niece. The music box is a gift from my sister's godmother, a very close friend to my mother. We hid the truth from you when we learned that the man killed last night was the person who destroyed my family. I panicked. I didn't want to be accused.
That is also why you lied about the H in your first name?
Exactly. Your ferreting about looking for the H is obviously part of your investigation.
If I found a handkerchief in Monsieur Ratchet's room embroidered with an H, I might suspect you had been there.
A handkerchief? I don't have any handkerchiefs embroidered with my initial. To be honest, that sounds awfully old-fashioned to me.
I give you my word of honor that last night, Helena never left her compartment. My wife is telling you the truth, Poirot.
I hope so. I'll let you rest.
怎么会突然想吃焗烤？
The matter of the H on the handkerchief still needs clearing up. But first, I should check the inscription on the back.
我反而最近还比较想要吃那种比较厚片的牛排。利用白裸的俄语能力翻译这段文字，我操你的！我他妈有什么能力啦？白痴哦！ 看到焗烤的影片，这个第二个为什么是 A 呀？我也好久没吃了，别这样啊！别这样啊！那我也想吃啊！
Natalia. Would it be Natalia Dragomirov? She is the only Russian passenger on the train. In addition, her first name begins with an H in Cyrillic.
哇靠嘞！哇靠嘞！这东西他妈这样都拼得出来啊！白罗是鬼吧？这东西都可以这样推出来的吗？啊，我看一下你分享的焗烤。
Hello， 大家好，我是淘淘。
哦。
到冬天就想
哦，这个焗烤可以。
的食物，人的天性就是喜欢储存。
哎，是时候来看一点了。
今天就来跟大家分享这道储存热量
哦。
过冬的奶
哦，这个烤的。哦，好赞哦！
奶酱焗烤的朋友一定要试试哦。先来处理
第三，我恨你。
的部分。
我恨你。
葱我喜欢切的细细的，这样比较好入口。今天大概切1颗的分量。蒜末大概切个2瓣左右。准备400克左右的羊菇。你可以不要洗，
我恨你。
烹调前稍微冲一下水，然后立刻用厨房纸巾擦干水分。这样处理的话，并不会影响羊菇的风味，不用太担心。轻轻的沾一下水就好，不要泡在水里很久，那样蘑菇会变质哦。我会把蒂切掉一点，要不要切除掉，这个看自己。
为什么要切掉那个蒂？
可以切成4等份。
不要啦，不要切那个蒂啦，那个蒂很好吃哎。
吃羊菇的人也可以改成杏鲍菇之类的。接着来处理鲑鱼的部分。
哦，有鲑鱼。
250克左右，先用一点酒把鲑鱼抹一抹，去除腥味。翻面过来。
对啊，羊菇很好吃啊。
然后稍微静置1到2分钟。
我蛮喜欢吃羊菇的。
液体通通倒掉。我们用一点盐跟白胡椒。
对啦，你懂鲑鱼，鲑鱼就是要用盐。
用手抹一抹。
鲑鱼就是要吃咸的。
翻面过来。
看咸鲑鱼超赞的。
一点胡椒就好，怕有些人不小心撒太多盐，等一下吃的时候就会太咸了。我们先让。
不会，你把整把盐倒进去，我洗肾都没问题。
鲜奶油跟鲜奶油奶酪，超市都有卖小包装，可以去找一下。现在把鲜奶油跟
鲑鱼有别的吃法吗？别的吃法没吃过，我吃过抹盐的。
锅2分钟。一旁呢，把
就这样问你啦，为了美食洗脸肾又如何？你要有觉悟，那个决心你懂吗？
等锅热了之后，放入一点点油。
第一次洗一次那个决心。
接着把鲑鱼来煎。如果你的锅子不够热，
没有，我没有吃过甜的，我有吃过盐的，而且我一直喜欢吃盐的，我不想吃甜的。
开像这样就可以翻面喽。另外一面稍微煎一下就好，不要把鲑鱼。
我还觉得它这个盐抹的有点太少。
起锅了，如果你把鲑鱼煎熟，等一下做焗烤的时候，鲑鱼就会变得过熟，不好吃了。原来的锅子重新加热，把洋葱末放进来爆香，利用锅里的油轻轻的翻炒。
当然要放在饭里面啊，然后因为会被饭给吃掉，所以我觉得它有点少，它算少。
这些蒜末
可能它吃比较清淡。
爆香，充分的炒出香气。
啊，对吼，还有起司吼。
胡椒调味
啊，这里还有加盐，那可以。
请的话也可以放一点进来，继续的炒到洋葱熟透。这时候把所有的羊菇统统的放。
哦，好棒哦，这个羊菇。为什么不切碎一点？
羊菇一开始体积看起来比较大，等一下熟了就会明显缩小很多。
我觉得应该再切对半呢。
羊菇开始脱水，产生水蒸气。这里不要炒得太干，可以保留一些水分。等一下做焗烤的时候。
哦，是我的话，我会再切对半。
哦，这样就可以起锅了。准备几个烤饼来做焗烤。底层的部分我会铺上薄薄一层的饭，饭的量不要太多，薄薄一层。
它这样变成说，
接着把刚刚炒好的
菇太多，饭太少。
这些量大概可以做4人份。
哦，4人份那还好。
鲑鱼摆上来，鲑鱼的量呢，你可以放2片、3片，随你高兴。这边就先进行到这里。来 来处理奶酱的部分。先把 cream cheese 放到盆子里，接着把鲜奶油倒进来，用打蛋器或者汤匙把两者混合均匀。这个跟白酱做法不太一样，白酱有淀粉，奶酱没有。把奶酱混合到像这样滑顺的状态就可以了。你可以试试看看，现在的味道就很不错咯。如果你手边有帕玛森干酪，也可以刨一点进来，增加风味。再来一点现磨的黑胡椒，轻轻的拌匀就可以了。现在呢，只要把奶酱叠在鲑鱼的上面。这边奶酱的量可以做4人份，不想吃太重的奶味，就放薄薄一层就好。
屁呀、他这个盒子装，
上面再来一点黑。
那女生4人份可能刚刚好，男生会太少。
帕玛森干酪，没有准备的话省略就好。最重要的不能省略的就是这个披萨用的起司啦。
白酱的玉米浓汤我还没吃过耶，
面包粉主要
没有喝过那种白酱玉米浓汤。
没有放的话影响不大。好了，有没有很简单？
我喝玉米浓汤比较喜欢它玉米浓汤有一种那种稠稠的，
用230度烤15分钟左右，
但又不会太稠。
或者烤到起司表面呈现金黄色的。
孙东宝。
好了，超级简单，疗愈人心的奶酱蘑菇。
我没印象呢，好像没听过哎。
详情尝试一下，美美的焗烤饭就可以上桌了。这道简单的蘑菇鲑鱼焗烤饭，主要是利用层层叠叠的方式，让最顶端的奶酱慢慢的渗透到盘底。它跟白酱的口感不太一样，白酱吃起来会湿湿黏黏的，这个焗烤饭的起司风味比较明显。听听这个焗烤的声音，感觉就超级好吃。好了，我已经忍不住要开动了。
焗烤赞不赞在于会不会看稀。
这一口会挖到什么料？好香好浓的起司奶酱风味，跟蘑菇鲑鱼简直一拍即合。就算是替换成干贝跟虾仁，一定也很好吃。好了，今天的影片就到这里。喜欢我的分享，记得
看来它的焗烤不会看稀。
那我们下次
烧太干了。
拜拜。
OK， 没事，至少看起来是好吃的，不是像什么 Jamie Oliver 一样，好不好？你要看清肠胃的吗？不要好吗？现在给我看什么清肠胃的啦！不要给我看那种什么，现在看什么清肠胃的？先不要，先不要，太爽了，太爽了，太爽了，太爽了，先不要。有些路边摊看起来很好吃。
Can you tell me how you occupied your time?
不是会像中国路边摊一样吗？
Istanbul, I had tea with my roommate, Fräulein Locke. I went to dinner with the princess, and when I returned to my compartment, Fräulein Locke was already asleep. A little later, Herr Michel, the conductor, came to get me because Madame la Princesse needed my help. Her back troubles her. I massaged her for about an hour.
Do you remember the time?
I'm sorry, I do not.
有些看起来咖喱看起来很好吃。等一下，你们说的咖喱是那个嚼的很割很黏的那一种吗？之前看过那个有点像中国路边摊那个很恶心那个咖喱吗？给不给问话，小贼？
I'm sorry, sir, but I must concentrate on my baking.
你亲戚有去过当地吃过？印度的卫生应该还行吧？ 爸。这谁？福卡雷利？福卡雷利谁？哦，我刚刚讲过了，卓戈米罗夫公主。印度的味噌不行，非常不行。那你们还说印度的路边摊很好吃？该不会就像我形容的那样，路边摊都是一些什么有点让人倒胃口的那种主食环境？看起来感觉很好吃吗？可是不会看起来很恶心吗？就是如果卫生不好的话，不是有一堆苍蝇啊什么的在那边乱窜？哎，这游戏是不是考输入法？我要送谁？是那个公主没问了，全部就剩那个公主了。该跟我聊天了吧，公主
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
I'm sorry, madam, but a man has been murdered. I must ask you a few questions.
You must have misunderstood me. I cannot speak to you just now.
Madame, I know that Sonia Armstrong is your goddaughter.
Come in, please.
索尼娅·阿姆斯壮是你的教女。
Please forgive my intrusion, madame, but I really must ask you some questions.
Then ask. I'll answer if it pleases me.
We have not been properly introduced, yet I have observed her a couple of times, so I can already deduce some things about her.
真的假的？他说他是博物馆馆长，85岁，我相信。但我忘记他是哪一国人，俄国人。OK，
That's the right answer.
85岁。
I will first ask you about last night. Will you tell me your movements?
I went to bed just after dinner. I read until 11, then tried to sleep. Later I woke.
What caused you to...
5岁来说，他看起来蛮年轻的。
Back pain, a consequence of old age interfering with an active life. I called Schmidt around 12:45 a.m. to give me a massage. She did so until I fell asleep.
How long was she with you?
70几岁
Hour, I would say.
不太像85岁。
The first initial of your first name, Natalia, in the
60、70
Cyrillic
那边吧。
alphabet looks exactly like the letter H in the Latin alphabet.
I'm Russian, Monsieur Poirot, and I was the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg for decades, until I moved to Berlin recently. I'm familiar with Cyrillic.
This handkerchief is yours, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I lost it.
It was found in Monsieur Ratchet's room. Can you explain to me why Madame Schmidt didn't identify the handkerchief? She must have known it was yours.
Possibly to protect me. She is very loyal. Your next question will be, how did my handkerchief come to be lying by a murdered man's body? My reply to that is that I have no idea.
That is not an answer, madame.
It is all I am able to give you.
I must tell you, Princess Dragomirov, I have discovered something astonishing.
And that is?
You are Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
You make that sound like a revelation. I have never hidden the fact, monsieur.
You knew Colonel Armstrong well, then?
I knew him slightly. But his wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was on terms of friendship with her mother, the actress Linda Arden. Linda Arden was a genius, one of the greatest tragic actresses in the world. I was not only an admirer of her art, I was a personal friend.
Very well. But this links you to the Armstrong kidnapping case. Helena Andreni is the sister of Sonia Armstrong, the late mother of Daisy Armstrong, kidnapped and killed by the man who was murdered on this train, Ratchet.
Indeed. Was it he? Then justice has at last been served.
Allow me to summarize.
Do I have a choice?
First coincidence, I shall call it. You are close to the Armstrong family, and the presumed assassin of Daisy Armstrong was killed while you were on board the same train. Second coincidence. Your handkerchief happens to be found at the foot of the victim's bed. Third coincidence. One of the stab wounds inflicted on the body was by a left-handed person. You are left-handed. That is a lot of coincidences, Princess Dragomirov.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, call it fate. If you report to the police your coincidences, they will laugh. A woman of my age and frailty has violently murdered a man? With how many potential witnesses who saw me doddering along the corridor in the middle of the night like Lady Macbeth?
You are right, Princess. You could not work alone, which means you have one or more accomplices. And it is only a matter of time before I find out who they are.
I would appreciate it if you would remove yourself from my room and take your fantasies with you.
Привет! Привет!
Eh?事情逐渐明朗起来了哦。我来看一下，林伯嘞，怎么那么乱？哎呦，能说这个吗？看起来超不卫生的哎，旁边那个，哎呦。哎呦，我的老天鹅哦！爽过头了！那旁边那个超没卫生的，还有那锅油，有够像喷的啦！但这之前我在别人台看过的一模一样啊！那东西超人上面还有那个什么，那个康熙耶，你狗嘞，那个什么小康熙呀、哎呦，这傻小！咖喱长这样，真的假的？我靠！我靠！我靠嘞！那水是他拿来洗手的，脏成这样子，我不行了，我不行了，我不行了，我不行了。好恶心啊！啊，后面这是什么？怎么那么虚啊？不是，太恶心了吧！太欺负好嘞，说啥呢？ 啊，身体健康的了。啊，我需要吃点那个无骨鸡来进补一下。这个怎么看起来比前面好多了？还是我没看到重点部位？它鱼煎的很焦，是咖喱粉吗？是什么粉啊？玛莎拉？倒水出来！哇哇哇哇哇！哇，那个这么烫可以这样倒？真的你？哦，哇哦，哦，哇哦，哦，哇哦！我喜欢这种野炊的方式。我觉得这种野炊煮出来的东西，不知道为什么都有一种，就是跟迪瓦斯炉煮的味道不一样，很奇怪。用那种碳啊什么挖格蛇的野炊出来的东西煮出来，味道跟那个瓦斯炉煮出来不一样。印度比较少的基督徒。然后印度人好像还是很习惯穿这种服装哦。哦哦哇哦哦！啊啊！然后在上面搭一坨大便。对啊，感觉很凉。这只鸟很想吃呢哦。有了有了。乌鸦，你的食物来了，血水。然后乌鸦不是会怕冷吗？哎，二次洗过之后再换一个容器。我不喜欢这种大杂烩的感觉，两种材料这样大杂烩。不会吗？它不是会怕人多的地方吗？像我们台湾的乌鸦，就算地上有吃的人多的地方，它也不会靠近啊。它这个是要腌是不是啊？哦，对，看起来是。哦，直接现煮一大锅啊！哦，对，要煮。我以为他加一堆盐是要用腌来腌的。 看起来就比前一个好太多了，至少它的工作环境没有那么脏。这种野炊的环境就长这样，我觉得都还可以接受。它锅子也算干净。刚刚那个他的洗手水竟然是已经不知道洗过多少次，里面他妈油的跟喷没两样的水。对啊，我是说这种像野炊的方式。香料的颜色，我觉得它是应该要换啦，那个已经不知道洗过多少次了，浓稠成这样，有过像喷的，有过泰哥的。你看这个妇人在做任何东西的时候，他可能手已经脏了，可是他下一段要去做，他手又干净了。因为刚刚沾了一堆粉，锅子这么小，你要煎那么多个，可以不要这么贪心吗？可以不要这么贪心吗？这大杂烩真的会好吃吗？啊，太焦了啦！真的跟那个那F19讲的一样，太焦了，太焦了啦！这个鱼不行啊！怎么会把鱼煮成这样？牛肉咖喱，哦有，哎呦，继续加粉哎，好多粉哦。不是，那个鱼已经焦成这样子，还要继续煮。OK， 那边木头太多，这边木头不够。啊，他们这个环境看起来一点都不像在煮东西的场所，就是前门的部分。哇，这鱼也太焦了吧！知道哎，我对印度那边的煮饭环境，就我看到影片上面来说，大多都是脏的，就像第一个影片那样，恶心的要死。对，我看过更脏的，那个我就不太能接受了。 哇，哎、他们的饭煮的粒粒分明哎。对啊，这个牛肉干也看起来很不错。那个饭粒粒分明哎，很会煮哦。这时候我们又要讲了，你一定是没看过 Jamie Oliver 的饭哦。还是我们再回味一下杰米的饭。啊，他们饭少用这个哦。那个不行啊！哇，好赞哦！好赞哦！可是那个鱼真的太焦了。哇，这一锅咖喱牛肉咖喱好赞哦！而清洗起来很麻烦，然后已经有苍蝇开始在那边飞了。
Thank you。
鱼太焦了啦！为什么鱼要煮成这样
？Thank you。
好啊。对啊。那我觉得饭煮的还不错。鱼的部分啊，不是鱼的部分啊，饭的部分啊。鱼我才说煮的太焦，还说鱼的部分。哎，继续回来办我们的案，我觉得有希望可以破关。不在场证明彼此吻合的有哪些？这款游玩时间多长？我觉得我快玩1小时，不是，我快玩那个10小时。
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
完了，这个我还真不知道哎。除了这2个，我有点忘记了，你知道吗？在场证明。我忘记他们的对话了。
I must admit I'm not right this time.
这2个一定是一起的。这个人不知道。哦，我记得米歇尔先生有去找过他，所以还叫他过去。哎，这个是这样。 真的哎，我脑袋全清光了哎，
But
我全忘光
I'm
了
not far from the truth.
我全忘光了啊！no， 为什么你要给我看那个？为什么？救命哦！
My little gray
A
cell
A
did
A
not
A
let me
A
down.
A 对了，A 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 对啦！干这案子好难哦，我的脑袋快坏了。
Oh, Poirot, you're there. She hasn't moved, but she seems to be waking up little by little. What about you? Your investigation progresses?
I find myself helping everyone with their problems before they can help me with mine. I have shifted boxes, helped with hangovers, repaired an orange juicer, unlocked some Russian dolls, all so my investigation can proceed.
Don't forget the dessert recipe.
How can I?
Truly, the labors of Hercules.
My friend, I would rather clean out the Orgeon stables. Yet, I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Oh, tell me everything.
The embroidered handkerchief belongs to Princess Dragomirov. I also found out that she was Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
On the same train with the little girl's murderer?
Exactly. Also, Elena Andreni is the younger sister of Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's mother.
Another passenger connected to the Armstrong case?
Yes, Book. What are the odds, do you think? But I cannot see either woman stabbing Ratchet over and over again in a frenzy. And they apparently have alibis. I had 3 theories concerning the broken watch. It could have been tampered with. It could have been out of adjustment before the murder. Or, of course, it could indicate the actual time of the murder. The only hypothesis I could rule out was that the watch was out of adjustment. For the others, they are impossible to verify. So the watch is of little use to the investigation.
And I was convinced that it indicated the time of the crime. 2 women involved in the Armstrong case.
Let us not forget our patient here. There are 3 women.
Look, she seems to be waking up.
全都是女人。
What's happening to me? Did I fall asleep again?
Indeed, Mademoiselle Locke. Did you take any medication? Sleeping pills, for example?
No, I never use sleeping pills.
I inspected your cup. You can clearly see that there is a residue of something at the bottom. I'm sure a lab test would confirm you were drugged. Most likely an overdose. That would explain your battle to shake off the effects.
You think Fräulein Schmidt did it?
She certainly had the most opportunity, but why would she?
But no one knew who I was. It's impossible that someone deliberately targeted me.
对啊，如果不知道他的人要怎么跟他下药？2个最有可能对陆克小姐下药的嫌疑犯。
No, not good.
这个是有。可本他房间里面有安眠药的。
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
好啊，又要让我硬 A 的时间啦。
I do not
好
think
啊。
that's the right answer.
2、3，他们2个不可能吧？
Fräulein Schmidt or Monsieur Michel may have drugged the tea that Mademoiselle Locke drank. Fräulein Schmidt or Pierre Michel could have drugged your tea. They are really the only two people on this train who could have done it. But why would either one do it?
Mr. Poirot, I'm feeling much better. I'd like to bring you up to date to why I ended up on this train.
我一直在跟自己讲说，不可能是米歇尔，米歇尔，干天啊，真的是米歇尔。
Very well then. After the Daisy Armstrong case was officially closed, I put out a standing request to the police departments in the Boston area for anything on Michael Clark. But he didn't turn up on their radar. I even set up an anonymous tip line for news about Clark. That's how I met Braid, a sketchy contact on the dark web, but they found nothing I could use.
哇，是说你们看的电影里面的《东方快车杀人案》里面有讲到这个事情吗？
4 long years passed without anything
但
new.
西阿姆斯壮的分尸
Every
案
day I looked at the evidence board I put up in my apartment bedroom. Then this morning, a police report landed on my desk that changed everything.
有，
I paid a
那
visit
时
to
好
the
像该
police
讲，因
property
为
and took home a box
目
full
前
of
看起来
clues.
他们两个是
There
同，
was his name.
就是虽然说是两起命案，但有关的人都是同一个人。
A bill from the power company with, I'm sure, plenty of excuses why my rates keep going up. Travel. For the discriminating traveler. Also for the overworked detective who never seems to have time for vacation. Well, I can dream, can't I?
侦查记者麦克克拉克尸体被发现。好，这才是麦克克拉克。克拉克因胸部中了一枪而身亡。根据尸体腐烂情况，估计死亡和埋葬时间大约在2018年。然后我们那所有的侦查时间在2019年，真的是11年了。
Years of no new leads in the Armstrong case, and then this. Michael Clark, the sarcastic reporter, my prime suspect in the kidnapping, murdered 4 years ago?
我们在办理那个事情的时候，他已经11年
This
了。
is Michael Clark? He doesn't look anything like the journalist I interviewed. Michael, you have earned a place on my evidence board.
哇，好扯哦！绑票案的小木屋钥匙。
The lab team found this keychain in the cabin, but they wouldn't have bothered to examine the keys once the DA shut down the investigation. The keys were just tossed in the evidence box along with everything else. It's too unusual not to demand a closer look.
这感觉需要拼图哎。完了，我最不会的东西来了。我怎么？还一个哎，我要怎么把它移过来？这个在这，中间往左，它已经反了哎。 现在已经5个队啦，缺的就是这一个了。哎，对了。这样是对的，那为什么把它拉回来呢？这里拉，哦，这里拉，再拉回来，再拉回来，错了，2个对了，啊哈，被我蒙对了。
A USB key. Let's plug it into my PC and see what nasty little secret it contains.
哈哈，我根本是游戏天才吧我！这是什么东西？没有说这是什么东西。放干！3569。
A key knife. They sell them on the internet for self-protection.
3569。3、5。这看起来像9。6、9。啊哈
What do we find? A capsule and a smell. Bitter almonds. Cyanide.
我根本是天才吧！我的天哪！哇，一个钥匙圈上面到底要多少谜团？这是什么？啊？这是什么？对啊，这个就不太懂是什么意思哎。1、2，哎，不对，还是这样。哦，还真的哎，怎么那么多刀啦
This? Brass knuckles? Knuckle dusters? Illegal in Massachusetts. Possession alone can lead to serious jail time.
他把钥匙圈上面到底有多少谜团？这个也有，你要确定呢，老哥。这个比较简单。
What do we have here? A flashlight. They can also conceal knives, but in this case we have lockpicks.
这个人全身都是机关诶，好扯哦。这个有胶囊，然后这里面有USB 记忆卡，这是一把刀，然后里面这个也是有问题的东西，也是一把刀，还有没有？该不会跟我说这把钥匙也有机关吧？没了。绑票按小屋的钥匙圈就有将近5个机关。
Fluffy. Daisy's plush toy.
这是什么？美工刀跟胶带。
So clever. All that evidence, and yet no DNA found. The only fingerprints found on the bottle were Suzanne's. Suzanne's hair, so conveniently left in the cabin for us to find. It was planted. I knew she was innocent.
知道他是无辜的，但没办法啊，追不到啊。
I've earned a gold mustache.
人家太聪明了啊，这个案子他早就已经布置了一堆了，我们怎么追？
I've read it probably 10 times already, but I can't get enough of it. Don't know why. Maybe because it helps me sleep? I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet. Shaved off the Metro beard. But I'd recognize that smug bastard anywhere. The man I interviewed 4 years ago. Posing as Clark. This goes on the board.
这是啊，牛头人的记号，那个牛头。
Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone to check if the serial numbers were still on record. I'll print them, and on the wall they go. Absolutely nothing on this Cassetti. His driver's license is almost surely a fake.
还有，好像还有什么东西没印出来。猫可以撸吗？不行。
I don't have time to waste on magazines. I don't have time to waste on magazines.
为什么你要在你家放这个？这是提醒自己吗？本上两个项目连起来，建立连结，并对调查做出结论。约翰·拉姆斯中了自杀。
This tattoo is the same on both pictures. I knew it. The faces don't match at all. They are clearly two different men. I should run facial recognition on my computer.
驾照。这个照片有什么关联吗？事情是一样的。绑票案的证据，不就是为了钱吗？ 地方检察官麦奎恩退休啊！麦奎恩，麦奎恩不是那个？哦吼！哦吼
Okay. The real Michael Clark has been dead for years. Let's see if the photo of the fake Michael Clark matches someone in the database of known criminals. I've tried this several times in the past few years, but came up empty. Maybe whoever he really is has finally made a mistake.
所以嘞
So, Ratchet's real name was Cassetti.
绑票案证据，书生逮捕令。这个退休，因为
The
他
DA
自杀
resigned soon
了。
after the Armstrong case. It haunted him just as it has haunted me.
然后加班中在干啥？加班中画记录。上什么班啊？现在都半夜上，开个什么半夜死人时间台？阿姆斯壮，生无可恋。没事啊，上班嘛，不然哪里有钱？对不对？说不定缺的就是钱。
No, that doesn't look like him.
其中哪几个男人和照片上吻合？
That could be him, but he looks pretty different.
照片有什么一样？额头
Oh
啊，
no, this isn't it. Think.
他没有眼镜，头发吗？
Yes. He
看起来
seems
蛮像。
different at first glance, but still, it's the same person.
你看我那时候讲的
Good.
鼻子、嘴
Come on,
巴
Joe.，That's a rookie mistake.
嘴巴没有
I don't
吗
need？ Mr.
嘴巴很
Bravo to
像
tell
哎，
me I'm wrong.
胡子不像啊，
Nice.
根本没胡
He's
子啊，
changed
眼
his
镜没
appearance a
啦。
lot. Probably had some plastic surgery on his
光
nose.
爸爸的
But there
公
is
司，
no doubt it's the same person. Let's see why he was arrested.
有钱的软烂生活，那你可能是得自己当那个老板。
Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal statuettes. What recent information does the database have on you?
审判定于2024年1月5号进行。啊，他被捕了哦，原来他后来又逃出来了。
It's so frustrating. I have a name, but I can't find anything about him. But I know just who to call.
郭爸爸的公司是，哦，很有钱呢，还是我们都知道你最会跟妹子攀关系了。
Hello, Braid. Long time.
这边认识一下郭爸爸的身边有没有那个女儿的那个有没有认识一下他女儿，你就可以当干女婿。
Could you find intel about a Samuel Ratchet?
Samuel Ratchet. Got it. Bad dude?
They don't come worse. Send me what you find.
什
by
么
email.
鬼？
Alright, hang on. Okay.
我是说，我们都知道你最会跟妹子攀关系了，所以这边看一下郭爸爸他的女儿，你就变他的女婿了，
I gotta do a deeper dive, but you should find
对
this
吧？
interesting. Could be coincidence if I believed in them. Emailing details.
Domo arigato, Mr.
我
Robot.
在为你着想哎，什么鬼话？
Oh, it's a cookbook.
哎，我们这边拍一下郭爸爸的女儿跟他发生关系之后，当上他的男朋友，哎，
I
你
don't
情
have
我
time
愿，
to waste on magazines.
说不定郭爸爸的财产后来就是有你的一杯羹了，对不对？可以的吧？哎，都这
Goodbye,
样，
Michael Clark. Hello,
都
Samuel
这样子，
Ratchet, the man who stole your
这个人呐、
identity
都
and
这
your
样子
life.，
哎。来我这边都只是哦，不到3分钟啊，人家都有3分钟热度，你来我这边都不到3分钟的热度，太难过了。没了吗？还有吧？布雷德的电子邮件，特克特麦奎恩。 对，真的是赫克特·麦奎恩就是他的秘书雷契特的秘书。
The Orient Express. I'm gonna print these tickets and put them on the board.
对，赫克特·麦奎恩是检察官，为什么？
The person traveling with Ratchet has the same last name as my district attorney during the Armstrong case?
很奇怪。
This is Ratchet's ticket.
爱德华·马斯特曼。
These tickets were all booked by McQueen.
这个和他们有什么关系？
The Orient Express departs from Istanbul next week. Interesting. I'll put it on the board.
这名赛车手安东尼·奥弗卡雷利。奥弗卡雷利是知名赛车手。还有
The event? Some old train. But that face, that man. I knew it. He's the son of my former DA. He goes on the evidence board.
是那位检察官麦奎恩的儿子。哦。
Next week, a certain Edward Masterman will be on the Orient Express. Hector McQueen will be on the Orient Express next week. Foscarelli will be on the Orient Express next week. Ratchet will be traveling on the Orient Express in a week. Hector McQueen is the son of District Attorney McQueen. Here's what Hector McQueen looks like. I know that face. That's John Armstrong's driver.
Huh? 福卡雷利赛车手，他以前是阿姆斯重跳的司机。哇，这起案件是多人犯案是不是啊？每个跟那个阿姆斯重有关的人，怎么现在都在列车上啊？ 这到底是什么奇怪的巧合啊？这也太巧合了吧！还没。 目前这些连线我还不知道怎么连起来。 知道为什么？这线全部都跟那个不知道为什么都跟那个雷契特有关，又跟阿姆斯重家有关。哪里还没脸啊？还有哪个证据我没连到？这里看起来有。
The Orient Express. I'm gonna.
还有的话，我哪边还没拿？没啊，都拿啦。还有2个线索没找到。什么线索？
This guy works for Ratchet, and if that's a coincidence, I'll eat my badge.
我就把我的警徽给吃了。东方快车发言人。插一个，还有什么？哎，啊，还差2个，为什么啊？为什么啊？这墙上还有什么可以连的？踢了吗？哦，我真是不是很想踢耶。确实啊，确实啊。他不给我踢啊，没办法、啊，他不给我踢啊。哦。哦。原来是这个还没有读啊！他不给我踢耶！ 581。我还有哪里没找到？可以我踢一下吗？他不给我踢耶，我整硬哎！要缺什么哎？电脑已经没有啦。没啦。然后他说我还有2个关联，什么关联啊？哦，救命哦！跌了啦！请问一下，我踢这个有什么意义？我踢这个有什么意义？你他妈讲废话！我踢这个有什么意义？哦，到底是啥小啊？你都没东西啦！哦，好烧脑啊！我的天哪！这里怎么踢啊？这里我该选的都已经选了。那条蓝色是啥？哪里有蓝色？啊
As Ratchet is alive, the dead man can only be Noah.
啊
Damn, Ratchet is taking the Orient Express next week.
你没讲，我还没发现那个蓝色线呢。
Foscarelli, the Armstrong chauffeur, is too. It can't be a coincidence. McQueen and Foscarelli must have decided to take revenge and will undoubtedly attack Ratchet on this train. I have to be on the Orient Express to stop them. And above all, I must stop Ratchet. But I can't do it in Istanbul because there's no extradition treaty with the United States. Ratchet can never be judged in the US without an extradition treaty. I'll have to wait until he's in Paris to have him arrested.
麦奎恩跟福卡雷利要袭击雷契特，确实，一个让他的前东家死了，一个让他爸爸身败名裂，一个是他爸爸身败名裂，都有复仇的借口。虽然说福卡雷利后来过上了更好的生活，
Every compartment is taken for this special anniversary journey. It's impossible to find a ticket. What can I do? Let's find out who's traveling on the Orient Express. Time to call Braid.
谁啦？不知道哎、选完了不知道会怎样哎、可是他警察不可能买通路票。
Haven't found anything useful yet.
I need one last favor, but it's a big one.
Uh-oh.
Can you find me the list of passengers of the Orient Express for that anniversary trip?
Hold on. Jeez, their IT is surprisingly good. Maybe because of the big event. I found the list, but they sealed my back door as I was starting to capture it.
Oh no.
Whoa, calm down. I got one name. Female. The name I got before they kicked me off the server was Stacy Johnson. Do you feel like a Stacy Johnson?
The question is, how is she going to feel about helping me?
That's one you'll have to figure out for yourself. I gotta go back to weaving my magic on the web.
子代七强生啊！主演电影《爱与绝望》多个病童援助协会的赞助人因攻击狗仔队而被捕。
Hello, is this Stacy Johnson?
Who's asking?
因攻击狗仔而被捕，所以他不喜欢记者。
My name is Joanna Locke. I'm a police detective.
And I'm just an actress. Now what did I do wrong?
Nothing. I need your help. I need to take your place in the Orient Express.
Is this a joke? No way.
Do you remember the Armstrong kidnapping?
Of course I do. That poor little girl.
I'm a police officer. I have a new lead that may help me find her killer.
Wait, didn't they prove it was the nanny?
I have found compelling new evidence. I've reopened my investigation.
You know, I had my doubts about the murderous nanny. I played a nanny a couple years ago in a slasher. I was killed in the first episode, but it got me interested in helping kids.
Stacy, please. You say you help kids?
Well, I joined a couple of associations who are trying to help underprivileged kids. If this little girl's real killer is still out there somewhere, I'd do anything I could to help.
Getting me on that train will help more than you can imagine.
So, you want my ticket for the Orient Express? But I booked it months ago. I was so much looking forward to this trip.
Stacy, I can tell you care about kids. Here's your chance to help put this beast in prison for the rest of his life. Think of the publicity for those causes you care about. Think about the kids.
The kids? Yeah. All right. We'll do it for Daisy and the kids who suffer. I'll take care of changing the tickets to your name and send it to you. Get him. Make him pay.
I will. Thank you so much.
让你失望了，凶手已经死了，而且还出现新的凶手。
Stacy was as good as her word. I received the ticket.
哇，这个看板
I know I was taking my vacation time.
真的让你之后只上课睡觉，他妈的，他睡了整集啊！
I
他
was
睡了
finally
7个
going to
章
nail
节
the
啊！
monster responsible for Daisy Armstrong's death, Michael Clark's death, even his accomplice, and I suspected so many others as well. You know the rest. And that's how I found myself on this train. On Ratchet's trail. The rest, you know. My identity is easily checked with the Berkshire Police.
Thank you for your detailed account, Mademoiselle Locke. In addition to giving us crucial details of the investigation, you have made it clear that there are many who might wish to see Ratchet dead. I know you are innocent. Your forthright testimony and your movements, or lack of them, last night eliminate you from our list of suspects.
I agree, without a doubt. Another detective will be great help to the investigation.
Book.
Although my friend certainly does not need any help.
You are too kind.
Thank you for believing me. I'd like to help in any way I can.
Do not worry, Mademoiselle Locke. Already I see things more clearly. It's obvious whoever drugged you was trying to derail your investigation.
You mean the person who did this to me is Ratchet's killer?
Both Monsieur Michel and Fraulein Schmidt had the means and opportunity to drug you. While you get your strength back, I intend to interview them.
Excellent idea, my friend. All this excitement has whetted my appetite. I'm sure Mademoiselle Locke won't say no to a good, invigorating meal.
What? No, I want to hear what the conductor and Fräulein Schmidt have to say for themselves.
It is my duty to ensure the well-being of the passengers. If Dr. Constantine has no objection, I will escort you to the restaurant car.
On the contrary, some food will do her the greatest good.
Well, I'm still a little shaky. Mr. Poirot, will you please keep me informed about what you learn?
You may be certain of it.
是谁杀了雷契特？啊，案子真的是越来越扑朔迷离了。米特小姐，案子真的越来越扑朔迷离啦。
Are you familiar with the concept of entropy, Monsieur McQueen?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, I didn't see you. Entropy? Randomness in a system or something?
Yes, unpredictability. Even the best laid plans can go astray, thanks to something as simple as...
An unexpected passenger?
Perhaps. Or snow.
我可没跟你讲说有意料之外的乘客哦，好像有人自爆哎。
Book is a collector, and not surprisingly, he collects trains.
还是就这么刚好你可以看到。
Are you all right, Mr. Poirot? And Ms. Locke? Has she had symptoms again?
I didn't mean to disturb you, Doctor. Everything progresses satisfactorily.
我怎么记得我没跟他讲过有意料之外的乘客嘞？哦，哎呀，你不行这样子哎！我前面还以为你是无辜的，结果你竟然有嫌疑。反正我认为有嫌疑的目前都是无辜的。这安静搞得我头好痛。哇，这游戏好赞哦！不知道为什么，好赞哦！看一下自己房间有没有无解。活着，活着，看起来没有。只能说
I have nothing to ask them at the moment. I should leave them alone.
虽然说这游戏在台湾不被看好，但我感觉买这个游戏啊，种一层一层把那种事件挖出来，感觉真的好爽啊！
Good evening, Fräulein Schmidt. May I disturb you for a moment?
You asked so politely, mein Herr, but I do not think I have a choice.
I wanted to let you know that your roommate, Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you what had happened to her?
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember much, but we found a residue of a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, who else but you could have dragged her?
Must I point out I do not make the tea on this train? You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
Mademoiselle Locke could have died. Whoever drugged her must not feel any empathy for their fellow human beings, given the dose that Mademoiselle Locke ingested. She was close to death.
Oh my God. What did I do? I didn't want to hurt her. Just have her sleep for a few hours while we had time.
We? Time for what? Time for what, Madame Schmidt?
You think I feel nothing? Nothing? That poor little girl.
Indeed, that poor little girl. Fräulein Schmidt is somehow connected to the Armstrong case. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
好像这有关诶，厨师也没看过在他家。
I must admit, I'm not right this time.
他是阿姆斯壮家的厨师。这哪会知道啦
That happens to me a lot. Fräulein Schmidt, I have a certain reputation for sniffing out.
I am not a murderer.
Forgive me, but I was going to say brilliant chefs. You were the Armstrong family's cook, were you not?
But yes, I was the cook of that lovely, lovely family. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to give me some time to...
哎，等一下，一开始好像有讲。
It wasn't supposed to be like this, my darling, my poor darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me much more in exchange. I must check in with my other suspects to make certain I have all the pieces of the puzzle in my possession.
Can I get you something, Monsieur Poirot? Everyone is so tense.
An aperitif soon, Monsieur.
事情快到最后一段落
When
了
the
哦，
matter is resolved.
事情快结束了，总算快结束了。3个。我们的案件快到最后段落了，没破不关台。
Jean, you've
我
mixed
先睡了，
everything
晚
up
安。
again. Oh, I can't find the coffee liqueur for tonight's dessert.
先睡啦，晚安啦。都不知道什么时候要破嘞，感觉应该是快结束了，但感觉还有段时间。没有啊，没有，因为拉普19说没破不关台。什么？先睡啦，晚安啦。
You're right, Mr. Book. This dessert is delicious. I'm glad we didn't wait for dinner.
I promise the entrée
没有，快破关了，感觉。
Detective Law,
整个
you are recovering
案件
well.
快水落石出了。
Yes, I should be helping with the investigation. Do you know who drugged me?
It is early yet for conclusions. When I return, then we shall see.
Do not worry, Poirot. She is in good hands.
妈的马后炮！
Freya and yours truly are looking after her.
前面还在说他妈的这个人是犯人，要把立刻把他铐住。现在说啊，现在我有非常厉害的保镖啊，可以保护他。人家是警佐警佐虽然说他太过天真，被自己的室友给下药，好歹他是警佐 我有一个问题啦，就是为什么这个一直都能开
Not now. Not now. I have a dinner to prepare. Would you interrupt Michelangelo or Da Vinci?
Da Vinci， 米开朗基罗 Da Vinci， 我的胡子这个有3个胡子，我一个都还没找到发生什么事啊？什么鬼啊？把胡子掉出来，哪里会藏胡子啊？还有哪里会藏胡子？那个胡子藏的地方真是越来越奇葩了。就是你。
Good evening, Michel. Am I bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must
That's
admit
insane.
it's difficult to be relaxed.
Of course, I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michel. Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge. Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Otaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea. I just brought it. Sir, it could have been any of this stuff.
Your defense is to accuse others? You have a network connection?
No, unfortunately. It's just an automatic reminder to pay
Yeah.
my rent. I always forget.
我猜
My landlord complains.
苏珊，
Michelle had to be involved in the murder. The
苏珊
dog
是你女儿。
His post at the end of the hall, and now I know why I know
不用猜，他
more
手机
than
后面
one
刚刚
of
有
those
了。
people on the screen.
左边这个是皮耶米歇尔，这个是哈斯曼呢。那个说自己是那个侦探的人，该不会哈斯曼就是路亚？
Good.
中间那个是苏珊，中间人看起来不开心。
Brilliant.
塞勒斯哈德曼为什么会跟他有关系啊？
That's the
他
right
们两个在庆祝他生日快乐，一个我猜肯定是他的女儿。
Father of Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's nanny. My condolences on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name?
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced. Suzanne kept her mother's name.
My most sincere condolences, Monsieur Michel, on the deaths of Suzanne and your wife.
中间的人已经死了，开心不
I
了。
loved them, but I was never there for them. Then, a year after the divorce, Solange became ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the US. Got that job as Daisy's nanny.
I understand your pain, and the reason that led you to drug Detective Locke.
We really can't hide anything from you, can we?
Many have been foolish enough to try and keep the truth from Hercule Poirot.
Yes, I admit, I drugged the tea. But it was only to keep her quiet, until I could... But she reacted so much to the sleeping pills.
She was lucky, as are you, that she didn't die. To be frank, there is one more thing that puzzled me, but I think I understand now. Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé.
Huh. I have the impression my whole life to you is...
苏珊怎么死的？
Yes. Cyrus was my daughter's fiancé.
他妈妈死了。
I almost consider Cyrus as my own son.
Of
然后
course, much more is clear now.
然后她男友
Long enough.
原本那个叫洛亚的，好像跟那个黛西的死亡案有关。然后那个人失踪了，黛西找不到了，他妈妈又死了，心情低落的情况下，他被威胁，就是他被威胁，然后他就自己在网络上讲了是他害的，对啊，自责自杀。他认为说，都是黛西的死都是因为他。要是他没有跟洛亚讲这么长时间的电话，黛西就不会被抓走。不知道我感觉目前应该都还算真实还原吧。对啊，然后就是因为他这个自责的关系，他在网络上发文说黛西的死都跟他有关。会死都跟他有关，然后他就被网友骂，然后他自责，就一口气吃了一堆安眠药自杀了。
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a detective too. I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted to go out, but you showed up.
No need to
对啊，可是事实上跟书上完全，也不是说完全无关，至少他是无辜的，是他疏忽。
Suzanne Moreau, his daughter.
Oh, I see.
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
No. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved. And I failed her. We got into a spat. It was nothing, but I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy, Noah. She would have forgiven me. If only. If only.
If only. A common refrain between lovers who quarrel. Obviously, Pierre Michel and Fräulein Schmidt both drugged Detective Locke's tea, causing the overdose. No wonder she had so much trouble waking up. Time to report my findings to her and Book.
白痴想逃跑还被我发现。
I wonder if our master chef gets his recipes from a game.
游戏里的师傅在做菜啊！
Another delightful trophy for my collection.
你的房间什么时候变来这一间啊？我还有2个。再玩煮过头，致敬煮过头。我的胡子嘞！我全部车厢找过，怎么都搞不到胡子嘞！救命哦！我的胡子嘞！八字胡游戏，我不是专业的地毯式侦探，我还是会绕稿。把胡子交出来！把胡子交出来！哪里有胡子？不在，胡子！
Not now, not now. I have a dinner to
我不管，
prepare.
你身上有没有胡子？
Michelangelo or Da Vinci.
Haha, golden mustache.
插一个，这里不会有了。为什么我刚来厨房没发现？
So, my friend, tell me, you have something new?
Mademoiselle Locke, I know who drugged you. Fräulein Schmidt and our conductor, Pierre Michel, both admitted putting sleeping pills into your tea. This explains your overdose. They are relieved you are recovering.
Michel drugged a passenger? On behalf of the company, I offer my apologies to you, Mademoiselle Luck. Michelle will answer for this outrage.
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt, but I admit that I did not suspect the conductor.
I have uncovered multiple connections.
看斯米特跟米歇尔跟阿姆斯特有关。
is the father of Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nanny, and Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was the cook of the Armstrong family.
整个
What
车
a
上，
coincidence, don't you think?
整个车上全部都跟阿姆斯壮家人有关
So
呢。
many people linked to that tragic affair ended up on the same train.
About the same as you winning the lottery, my friend.
I wasn't the officer who interviewed Fräulein Schmidt back then, so she couldn't recognize me here on the train.
好
How could
扯
they know who I
哎
was?！
There were other passengers who might have.
真
Or
的
she may
哎，
have seen you when you
这整个都是
visited
寻
the
仇大
Armstrong.
会。
It is now clear to me that some of the clues to this elaborate plot were staged for my benefit.
请问一下，这个车上还有谁跟他们家没关系的？还有谁？
I do not think that's the right answer. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
OK， 应该。好吧，看来只有我们的白我跟
My little Grace says
这家没有关系耶。
me down.
还有那
Some
个
clues and
我们的
information collected so far could lead to a hypothesis. The murderer boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then left the train immediately.
How did you come to that possibility?
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lit conductor's jacket, killed him while Michel was on the platform at Vinkovsky. This murderer then hid the conductor's jacket in Detective Locke's room, then fled before the train left.
Why choose Detective Locke's room?
Why, indeed. Let me re-explain from the beginning. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
Mon Dieu! Oui! That must be it! Everything fits so well!
It fits too well, my friend. Other clues lead to a second hypothesis, much more plausible. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
很乱， 我觉得这个
That was easy. So, we have multiple murderers, all related to the Armstrong case. The murderer from Vinkovsky was a fabrication to turn suspicion away from those on the train. They expected the investigation to be led by some small-town official who could easily be misled.
Mr. Poirot?
Detective Locke, forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity of a bloodhound. Unfortunately for the killers, they not only had you to deal with, but now they had, and I say this with all modesty, the world's greatest detective, Hercule Poirot, dropped into the midst of their meticulous planning.
Multiple murderers? Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is linked to this case and who is not?
My poor friend, I have gone speeding out of the station without you. I will continue.
就我们所知，阿姆斯壮绑架案有关9个人，分别是阿姆斯壮绑架案有关这个人，这个人。
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. Fraulein Schmidt, Pierre Michel, Monsieur Hardman, and Monsieur McQueen are all linked to the Armstrong case. I also know that Sonia Armstrong's sister and godmother, Countess Andreni and Princess Dragomirov, are on this train. And finally, Detective Locke discovered that Mr. Foscarelli was the Armstrong chauffeur.
If we add Detective Locke and Ratchet, of the 12 passengers in that coach, 9 have a connection with the Armstrong case. What next, Poirot? Or should I say, who next?
It is time to summon everyone.
Everyone? Even Dr. Constantine? The train crew other than Michel?
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will need him. But we don't want the others as witnesses.
I will see that their duties keep them occupied elsewhere.
Excellent. I have always thought this moment in a case is
much like
Rodin unveiling the thinker before a captivated audience. A work of art. Have you not felt that way, Detective?
No, Mr. Poirot. I'm happy just to slap the cuffs on him.
Well, there is some artistry in that as well, I suppose.
Where would you like the unveiling, Poirot? The lounge?
Perfect.
Then I will gather all the passengers in the lounge.
"好扯哦！一个案子有这么多位凶，每个人都想杀死雷契特啊！就这么刚好。每个人都知道雷契特假扮的身份，就这么刚好，每个人都上了这台车。这么几率刚好的事情，到底是多么容易的，多么难发生？等一下，我最后一个胡子在哪？让我找完这个胡子再破案嘛。我的胡子啊！嘿嘿嘿嘿
Come to Poirot, my easily sculpted friend.
这是唯一章我找齐了。我目前没找齐的，好像只有3个章节吧，3个章节还是4个章节？都来了，都来了。
Monsieur Book, are the train crew locked in their quarters?
Yes, they are.
Then the stage is set for the final act. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you together to hear my reconstruction of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but two possible solutions of the crime. I shall put them both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Book and Dr. Constantine here to judge which solution is the correct one.
Two solutions?
Mr. Poirot, I am hardly qualified.
Nevertheless, your assistance is required. Now, you all know the facts of the case. Ratchet was found stabbed to death this morning. He was last known to be alive at 12:37 a.m. last night, when he spoke to the wagon-lit conductor through the door. His watch was found to be badly dented, and it had stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as having occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning. At half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for anyone to leave the train. So, here is my first theory. The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky by the door left open by Captain Arbuthnot and Monsieur McQueen, who had just descended to the platform. He was equipped with a wagon-lit jacket, which he wore over his ordinary clothes, and a pass key which enabled him to gain access to Ratchet's compartment in spite of the doors being locked. Ratchet was under the influence of a sleeping draught. This man stabbed him with great ferocity, 12 wounds in all. He left the compartment through the communicating door to Madame Hubbard's compartment.
Yes, that's so. Scared me half out of my wits.
The murderer thrust the dagger he had used into Mrs. Hubbard's handbag in passing. Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into Detective Locke's suitcase to cast suspicion on her. And a few minutes later, dressed in his ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car. That is the first hypothesis. But there's a second. For that, we must examine the motive for the crime. Why was Ratchet killed? The motive is clear. Revenge, of course. Nothing was stolen. And we know that Ratchet had made many enemies. This was a premeditated crime, meticulously planned. Since the kidnapping and death of little Daisy Armstrong, which traumatized many people close to the family. Even when the police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke continued her investigation, as did others. They became convinced the truth lay elsewhere. We now know who the real murderer of Daisy is. It is clear now that Daisy's killer was Ratchet, also known as Cassetti and Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time. It is obvious that the 12 stab wounds are not a random number. Dr. Constantine's analysis revealed that some stab wounds appeared to have been caused by a right-handed attacker. Others indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep, more than one fatal, yet others were not much more than mere scratches. What can explain these discrepancies? This leads us to an obvious conclusion. They are symbolic. Come now, Poirot. Daisy was 3 years old. 12 stabs. 12! The same number as a trial jury in the United States. But not just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death, but 12 executioners as well. This self-appointed jury had meticulously planned for everything except snow. The avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not one but 2 detectives on the train. They had to improvise.
不好意思啊，不好意思啊，突然大了9岁嘛，对不对？比较可爱一点嘛，对不对？啊？完了，我刚刚没有看清楚。
The conductor's jacket found in Detective Locke's suitcase was put there only to cast suspicion upon her. The vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot. However, he had a solid alibi confirmed by Monsieur McQueen. Impossible then to suspect him. The time on Ratchet's broken watch was deliberately set to conceal the true time of the crime. This woman in a red kimono does not exist. I don't know which of the passengers it was. It does not really matter. It was just a performance, a charade to introduce another possible culprit to muddy the waters. All these false leads were intended for me. But I am Poirot. I understood the truth. We have a train full of suspects. It's time to identify who the real culprits are. Let's start with Detective Locke.
刑警就不可能做吗？刑警还是有可能做，可是人说的是他被下药了。
Planting the conductor's jacket in her suitcase was an attempt to implicate Detective Locke, but she couldn't fake her drugged condition.
我也不知道。
Dr. Constantine can testify that the drugged tea incapacitated her for hours, and she had 2 relapses. Let us move on to Monsieur McQueen. When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case. He told me, "But I thought we had..." I think he meant... You thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong kidnapping. Moreover, you insisted that Ratchet did not speak French when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet. You took some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me yourself that your father was the district attorney who handled the Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had helped her boyfriend, Noah, to kidnap Daisy. even though there were questions that went unanswered, and a young policewoman refused to let it go, continuing to find discrepancies, but never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That policewoman sits there. Her name is Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you, how he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that monster go free. He died young, broken, his faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty, Monsieur McQueen. Your father is one more victim of the man who called himself Ratchet. Now, I will turn to Ratchet's valet, Monsieur Masterman. Ratchet sensed danger close to him and naturally wanted to stay awake. You gave him sleeping pills without his knowledge. Once he was sound asleep, you could do what you had to do in peace.
Sir, I'll tell you the truth. I was Colonel Armstrong's adjutant in the war, sir, and afterwards, I was his valet. I'm afraid I concealed the fact this morning. It was very wrong of me, sir, but I knew how suspicious it would look.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
哇，自己的下属帮自己的长官报仇，合情合理。
Suspicious stone unturned. Let us move on to Monsieur Book.
What? Me? A suspicious stone?
"没办法证实啊。他的脸会变，他的脸会变的。我觉得他笑的好可疑哦，我要选他。
Come now, Poirot. Book will have a heart attack if you're not careful.
啊，干不能选。他笑的好可疑哦。
His lofty position as director does
可惜了，可惜了，不能选。
Murderers can come in all shapes and sizes.
找房间吗？找房间能证实清白吗？
My friend, of course you are not guilty. You did everything you could to get me on this train. What madness would cause you to
是嫌犯，为什么我要找一个侦探上车？
that the best detective in the world could be
为什么如果我他妈是嫌犯，为什么我让我这个侦探上车
？Most assuredly, but a murderer can wear all sorts of masks, including friendship. Let us consider our ever-efficient wagon-lit conductor, Pierre Michel. No, that is his motive. I need real, tangible proof.
证明米歇尔先生最显的证据是什么？
Your admission that you drugged Detective Locke immediately
他表
incriminates
情有变吗？就从
the murder
惊讶
could
变
not
喜
have been
啊，
possible
你说他
without
这个我没
your
看。
very capable assistance. Your knowledge of train procedures made the murder possible, and your position in the corridor of the train allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several passengers. And your motive? Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was wrongly accused and committed suicide, was your daughter.
C'est un foiré. He got what he deserved. My poor daughter has finally been avenged. My Suzanne. My child.
Let's move on now to Monsieur Hardman, one of 3 detectives on this train. Monsieur Hardman, I think you are a real detective. but you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was that you were watching the corridor to protect Ratchet, which, of course, you never did. You protected Pierre Michel. However, we just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé, you had a substantial motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down and finally avenge the death of your beloved.
That's right, Mr. Poirot. I do have some detective skills.
I never doubted it. Now, Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook. Fraulein Schmidt, you told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere. However, as the cook of the Armstrong family, you experienced the drama from within. The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong, who died in childbirth, and finally, Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
Let us move on to Countess Andrei. I was impressed by the earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night. Should I believe it?
我想看长大后结局，可以有办法刺吗？那只是片面之词啊。
Even if it seems logical, it's more complicated than that. I believe.
我只是想玩他一下，看我的脸。
Countess Andreni, being Sonia Armstrong's sister, you had
肯定是我
every
害的。
reason in the world to want to avenge her. But you were incapable of stabbing someone, even after what he had done to you and your family. The night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony that nearby, Detective Locke was also in a drugged sleep. When you awoke, you thought the nightmare was over.
Rudolph?
Hush, my love. Hush.
Excellent transition. I was coming to you, Count Andreni. 12 people, a jury. This was very important to all of you. If Countess Andreni did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her place. And you,
他不喜欢雷契特长相，
beloved husband,
不喜欢雷契特长相是白罗。
fiercely you love and protect your wife.
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything. Even that.
Yes, even that. Let's move on to Monsieur Foscarelli. Detective Locke found out that you were the Armstrong chauffeur, and that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide to obtain a ticket.
他这个
Unfortunately,
真的
she，
如
could
果
not
跟他有
prevent
关，他真的外交官也不用做了。
Have you lost your tongue, Mr. Foscarelli?
Oh, Daisy. She was the delight of the house. Tonio, she called me. And she would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you, Mademoiselle Olson, a champion for the immigrants, a worthy calling. Mademoiselle Olsen, you supported Madame Hubbard's story about her connecting door latch, a story that I later demonstrated to be impossible. So, you deliberately lied to me, and you also lied about Mademoiselle Debenham's whereabouts.
Enough! I can't take this anymore. I know what you want from me, Mr. Poirot. Very well. Here it is. She was my little Daisy, my angel, so patient. When I patched a scrape or took her temperature, that was my job. But she was so much more to me. She was a shining light in an ever-darkening world. I've tried to honor her by caring for children who have lost everything.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Olsen. You too shed light on your part in this mystery. You were Daisy Armstrong's nurse. I will ask you no more questions. It is enough that you have admitted what I know to be the truth, and I understand. Let's move on.
You suspect me? I know none of these people. I didn't know Ratchet either, and I've taken a solemn oath to help people, not murder them.
Dr. Constantine was certainly helpful to my investigation, but that does not prove he is innocent. You are one of the few people in this room not to have any connection with the Armstrong case. Moreover, your alibi is confirmed by Monsieur Bouc, whom I would trust with my life.
That is very kindly said, my friend.
We now come to Mademoiselle Debenham and Captain Arbuthnot, whose relationship was not in doubt from the moment I inspected your room at the hotel.
You have a bloody nerve.
Indeed, I do.
We're getting married.
Congratulations, but I would rather talk about your relationship to John Armstrong.
"约翰·拉姆斯壮有什么样的关系？为什么我觉得他们长得很像啊？园丁吗？害人！
I must admit I'm not right.
不是兄弟就是士兵。没有，我只是想选看园丁而已。兄弟
，no，
表亲，士兵吧。又是一个跟他有关的士兵。
Little gray cells did not let me down.
你为什么要推一个爱人啊？
You served in the army with John Armstrong. What I don't understand is why a man your age is still a captain. One might expect you to be a colonel as well.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
Then you know what it's like. There's a shattering sound, and death, and mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong. I sent a patrol to their death. Good men, brave men. Wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial. I'm not a colonel. I don't deserve to be, you bloody fool. But I'm also not in prison. John remained my best friend until... There, you have my story. Understand now?
Archie, calm down.
You're right, Mary. What you see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie. I see in you what John saw.
Miss Debenham, I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so. And you have caused me quite a puzzlement. Your connection with the Armstrong family was not obvious. Then I remembered the job you currently hold.
你英文老师
That's the right answer.
你一个英文老师
You were the teacher of
海琳娜·安佐尼，不是吧？
No, she was the teacher of Countess Andrény. You were the teacher of Helena Andrény, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andrény.
Yes, absolutely. Why lie to you? She was an excellent student.
Captain Arbuthnot. You had one of the strongest alibis, thanks to Mr. McQueen. But his testimony melted like a snowflake. There went your alibi. Poof! Unless you have another one.
白肉调皮。
As for you, Mademoiselle Debenham,
在伊斯坦堡车站说的话，
her close relationship with someone guilty in the case, even her motive, do not necessarily make her guilty. Mademoiselle Olsen was the only one who could confirm your alibi. I think you know where you stand.
Very good, Mr. Poirot. Are you satisfied?
I will be soon. Now I must turn to Sonia Armstrong's godmother, Princess Dragomirov. Her assistant is one of the accomplices, but I cannot use this fact to accuse her. Princess Dragomirov, you weren't on my list of suspects at the start, given your social position.
I left my social position in a cold country.
Do you object to being addressed as Princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It makes a good story to tell their friends. It also guarantees a good table in the best restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
Indeed. Of more importance, though, is the fact that you're the only left-handed person on the train. And the single blow to ratchet from a left-handed person was very, forgive me, weak. Finally, I'm afraid I know the alibi that you shared with Fraulein Schmidt is false.
You have been very thorough, sir. I hope you will permit me to say we are much alike.
I am honored. Now it is time to end with Mrs. Hubbard, or should I say, Linda Arden. If Princess Dragomirov hadn't told me about her relationship with this famous actress, I might not have made the connection. But you are a great actress.
没有，她演得很烂。
Your performance as a flighty, self-involved woman was superb. I never would have guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, it is obvious.
这个我就不知道了。母亲吗？还真的哎。
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. Mrs. Hubbard, you are the mother of Sonia Armstrong and Mrs. Andrény.
脸在笑，不管怎样，他脸都在笑，为什么？
Madame Hubbard, you really are a remarkable actress. You put so much effort into your character and into staging the murder. I saw it as a perfect mosaic, each person playing his or her allotted part. So carefully arranged that if suspicion should fall on any one person, the evidence of one or more of the others would clear the accused person and confuse the issue. Everything was meticulously planned. But you hadn't expected that Detective Locke and I would be on this train, and the avalanche would block it on the night of the murder. You had to improvise. But again, improvisation would be another of your skills as an actress. So you came up with the story that the latch on the door that communicated with Ratchet's compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly. Shows you should always rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man, but even you can't quite imagine what it was like. That awful day. I was just crazy with grief. So were the servants. We decided then and there that the sentence of death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried out. There were 12 of us. Father 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end we decided on this way. It was the driver who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with Hector McQueen. It took a long time to perfect our plan. We first had to track Ratchet down. Hardman managed that in the end. Then we had to try and get Edward and Hector into his employment. Then we had a consultation with Suzanne's father. Captain Arbuthnot was very keen on having 12 of us. He seemed to think it made it more orderly. He didn't like the stabbing idea much, but he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector that Ratchet would be coming back from the east sooner or later by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed. My daughter's husband had to know, of course, and he insisted on coming on the train with me. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty. And then, at the last minute, you came. For the rest of the story, you worked out everything, Mr. Poirot. You were right about all of us. What are you going to do about it? If it must all come out, can't you lay the blame upon me and me only? I would have stabbed that man 12 times willingly. It wasn't only that he was responsible for my daughter's death and her child's, and that of the other child who might have been alive and happy now. It was more than that. There had been other children kidnapped before Daisy, and there might be others in the future. Society had condemned him. We were only carrying out the sentence, but it's unnecessary to bring all these others into it, all these good, faithful souls.
You are a director of the company, Monsieur Bouc. What do you say?
In my opinion, Poirot, the first theory you put forward was the correct one. Decidedly so. I suggest that is the solution we offer to the police. You agree, Doctor?
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made one or two fantastic suggestions.
Then, having placed my solution before you, I have the honor to retire from the case.
哇，有够精彩的哎！干就跟我一开始讲的，凶手绝对不止一个人，不止2个人，很好看呢。 每个人都是犯人呢。
I'm sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night, Poirot, but it couldn't wait. There was a detail that bothered me in my preliminary autopsy of Ratchet's body. I went back to examine the body and I discovered a wound covered by another. The blow I hadn't seen was delivered by a thinner, sharper blade. So there were not 12, but 13 stab wounds.
12 stabs for 12 jurors. It doesn't work with 13 wounds. The symmetry is destroyed.
It can't be one of the culprits who stabbed him twice?
Doctor, a different knife was used. There is only one explanation.
还有一个凶手
Somehow,
跟这群人无关。
some way, there is a 13th murderer on this train.
We must tell Book. The case is not solved.
哇，还有，竟然还有一个凶手，不是吧？
Please come in. Ah, Book. I see we are
这
moving
跟
at
原本的剧情都一模一样吧？
The way was finally cleared while we slept. If all goes well, we will arrive in Venice this evening. The train will be there for several hours for refueling and reprovisioning. What do we do with the 13th murderer? Do you have a lead?
I thought about it. There is one clue that was left aside in my
三十多的，
The diary I found in Ratchet's safe mentioned an appointment in Venice. Someone with the initials AW. He will never keep the appointment. But there should be enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him.
连气跳会面的地点和时间是什么？第13道是女警，有可能哦。AW。Judy 10点。晚上10点，然后是几号？开罗。OK， 我看不懂英文，我觉得需要帮忙翻译一下。见面地点是在哪里？理发厅吗？这是什么？能不能给我按一下显示阅读？我想看一下这些英文的翻译。浅前 TV 16号10点是这里，17号去 Apple T 画龙博。好，看16号，应该是开罗是哪一个英文啊？再看一下，这里吗？C 开头的，17号没有 C 开头的啊。哦，1号。
I do not
理
think
发
that's
师
the
吗？
right Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
不是欸，应该是这个点。 然后晚上10点，8号。
This is wrong. But
King A
I'm
吗？
never far from the truth.
威尼斯。OK， 威尼斯，18
That
号。
was easy.
OK， 硬 A。还是咱们睡醒之后再播，这样你就不会耽误到你的睡眠时
I
间了
don't。have time for small talk. I think we should let Ratchet rest in peace. I don't have time for small talk.
那我去找一下
How would it look to the police if I asked a suspected murderer for help?
找一下我们的胡子，胡子来，我来找谁？他竟然还有后续耶！而且都是你的说的错，没事啊。你上次最晚还跟我聊到2点半呢，说啥呢？你一定爬得起来的吧，对不对？整车的人都是嫌疑犯啊，真的是，哇，有够精彩的。这一局有4个8字虎，超精彩，超级精彩！诅咒我上大号没水没卫生纸，干没卫生纸就算了，还没水，你要我怎么活？我没办法，没卫生纸我还行啊，没水我不行啊，好猛哦，白罗！就可以咔称，先不要好吧，先不要，先不要。好了，为了你们的睡眠时间啊，我们去休息啊，休息啊，等醒了再开。我有可能今天下午就开了，我想赶快把这款破完，因为晚上有事情，晚上不会开。我们下午啊，可以吧？下午可以吧？可以吧？你们可以的吧？想看的话，可以的吧？休息啊，休息啊，该不是睡觉，晚安了各位啊！对啊，有办法的话就下午了。晚安了，晚安了，快去休息了，晚安了。开啦，拜拜。